Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, April the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of questions. Can you hear me and see my screen? Thank you, William. Yeah, a little late this morning. I didn't realize it was after 9 o'clock. All right, guys. So, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about GME. Now, funny, I don't know if you guys were watching GME after hours. I was watching this action right here. I thought, what the heck is going on? So the first thing I do, check for some news. And the very first press release that came out said they were increasing, they wanted to go to shareholders meeting coming up to increase the number of shares from 300 million to 1 million. Okay, and I read that and that's obviously wrong, some kind of a typo. And about, I don't know, a minute later, yeah, it was corrected 300 million to 1 billion. Okay, so pretty big typo. So anyway, yeah, I guess what they're trying to do, of course, is then do a forward split later on, increase the number of shares, keep the market cap the same, of course, but decrease the share price and get people interested. Anyway, that's your GME news. I mean, if you were in the room yesterday, I kept saying, nothing's going to surprise me again if this hits $200. But I said, maybe tomorrow, meaning today. Didn't realize it would do it after hours, 2:04. So there's your GME news, guys. Another big news, of course, is Queb. Now, you guys have already been talking about it. I know Real has already posted all this stuff. So yeah, Chinese regulators appear that they're looking to give full access to U.S. auditors to audit the U.S. listed stocks, the China stocks that are listed on the U.S. exchanges. So that has been a big pop for Queb. I would still like to see it take out this 3288, get right out of here and start moving from there. So we could look at a number of China stocks. I mean, there's Diddy, DIDI. I see I mean, pick a China stock, and they're probably doing exactly this. Excellent. I'm glad you guys can hear me on YouTube. No problems today. And now LGVN, man, I wish I kept it. LGVN. Of course, when I was watching this action yesterday, I would say, great, I'm glad I got out of it. But LGVN, so I mean, it still has room. I mean, you look at the monthly chart, 26. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 26 ever, but that is on the monthly chart. That's the next high. Look at the weekly chart, and I think it's 1925. Yeah, I mean, 1925 is the next high in the weekly chart. So again, this is all on phase one. It's Alzheimer's phase one. And it surprised the heck out of me yesterday. I did not think it would do this. I thought it would drop once the market opened, but man, I was really wrong. Took advantage of it though, but still, you got to be flexible. Just because you have a bias one way doesn't mean you can't switch it. Now, a couple of stocks that are all-time lows, SLS. Now, we have SLS. We have it as an earnings play. I don't see that it's earnings, though. I don't see that it's earnings. I know they're doing a financing. Okay. So, I mean, that is obviously one reason they're doing a $25 million financing. But we also have it as an earnings play, but I checked a couple other sources. FinViz doesn't even have a date, so I'm not sure what to make of that. But really, the reason it's down is because of the financing, all-time low. And the other one is RDW. RDW is another earnings play. This looks like this is correct. Yeah, this is definitely correct. This is an earnings play, and it's not quite an all-time low, but I guess why I looked at it is because on the daily chart, it looks like the support level is around 560. So, you're looking at 679. So that would have, I mean, assuming that held, if it got anywhere down there, that'd be a wonderful percentage move. So RDW is certainly one to watch when the market opens. It does look like it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. So yeah, 55,000 shares now. These guys did a heck of a job. Check this symbol, LVLU. Now, depends how good your eyesight is. But you could almost say that's Lululemon, LVLU. This is Lulu's Fashion Lounge, okay? Nothing to do with Lululemon. Zero. Like they started like in 1996. Now, when was I living in Vancouver? When did I move? I moved now. So I think Lululemon started in Vancouver in probably about 1990 or so. Anyway, little store right down for where I lived. But anyway, look what they've done. I mean, that is amazing. I mean, again, if you squint, unless you're squinting, that could look like a U. But anyway, it's an earnings play. That's really why I see it. It's an earnings play. Low float, 13.6 million in the float. Has room, I guess, if you look up here. Looks like the resistance around that 10 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is an earnings play, up 20% and decent volume. And that is LVLU. Reminds me of the that Goldman small cap one that came out yesterday, looking like it was Goldman endorsing or putting a price target on that FYBI. BLND, BLND is another earnings play. This is the one. I'm sorry, I had an asterisk beside the RDW as an all-time low. It is BLND. This is an all-time low. Another disastrous IPO from a few months ago, last July, just sank ever since. So earnings, all-time low. Now this is, you know what? There were shorts I think available earlier, none available now for me at Interactive Brokers. So I'm being asked about ALT. Let's see if there's any action on ALT. Yeah, so there's no real action. I mean, I do see it's up. I see what you're saying. They enroll their first patient in an obesity trial. I mean, if you're asking me about, what I think of the trial or anything like that, of course I have no idea. Um, to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 7 for ALT, looking at the daily chart, and there's no action yet. Only 2,000 shares, so not sure what to make of this. SGBX, as Zach posted, they've got some kind of a contract, 100 units or something like that. So SGBX, low float. They have earnings next week, but it is a low float. And when you look left, so what is it above here? So it's right at that high there, I believe, 233. So the next high after that on the daily chart is 268. So it's got some room, and we'll just have to wait and see how the market really reacts once it opens. It is shortable for me. Now that one is shortable for me. 265,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. And CSSE, another kind of disaster IPO, but man, see, I mean, look at this. Well, I guess I shouldn't call it a disaster, and I don't. I mean, this is back in 2017. Is that when it started? Anyway, I guess it had a nice run up. CSSE, chicken soup for the soul, all the way up to 47. But this is back in May of last year, so in less than a month. How about this? Less than a year. It's gone from 48 down to 10. Earnings play, so it's popping a little bit. Not very much volume yet. Now, some of you might be seeing this IVDA, big gap up, but this is a reverse split, okay? And it did say that it was supposed to be yesterday. Maybe it was after hours, but it's a 1-for-8 reverse split, so that's why this is looking like it is. It's really not up 371%. And that is the IVDA. All right, let's see what the analysts are talking about today. Whoa! Well, I'll tell you what, we got a few upgrades, but we've got a lot more downgrades. So let's get the upgrades in right now. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from briefing.com, and here are their upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'll get the upgrades in first. Couple of upgrades. I haven't seen this one. I'll check. I'll take a look at it once I get these in. Couple of upgrades for CMA from JP Morgan and Goldman. That's for CMA. That's it for the upgrades this morning from briefing.com. Let's take a look at CMA. What's it doing? America. Probably out of yeah, no real action yet. Well, a little bit, 4,000 shares, but a couple of upgrades, Goldman and JP Morgan for CMA. Now for the downgrades, big list of downgrades this morning. Okay, let me get some of them in here. Many downgrades for BLND. The three of them I see: Wells Fargo, Piper Sandler, and Canaccord. And that is the BLND. Yeah. Real mentioned Dell downgrading or Goldman downgrading Dell. I think Morgan Stanley did it yesterday. But a Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. Well, the downgrades for that SBTX, which we've already talked about, earnings play. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Keeping an eye on GME. I want to see if it takes out 200 later on. So what I better do is put an alert up here. And stick an alert underneath. Sort of bracket them and see what happens with GME. Big mover, of course. Average true range now almost $20 a day. LGVN, guys, LGVN. I think it's just making another new high here. LGVN. There it is. Yeah, just made a new high, new pre-market high. I haven't checked the price of oil this morning. Let me just do a quick check of the oil pricing. Yeah, blue collar. I'm going to follow you. You seem to be able to get those levels right. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing trading stock. I mean, a $20 range now. Plenty of liquidity. All right, what's oil doing? So we've got WTI just sneaking underneath 100. Brent is still a little bit above 100, 104. So oil a little bit flat this morning. So when we look at the sectors, let's take a look. I'm going to go File New and then go to the Doc Channel bar and take a look at the sectors in the pre-market and see what's happening. You know, I was going to say 50-50, 60-40 with energy. Many times, okay, first of all, if you're new to this, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what these percentages refer to, 60%, what that means is from yesterday's close, 60% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay, so that's what it means. And typically, depending on what happens with oil, typically we either see 100% above or 100% below. But with oil kind of being flat this morning, I thought it might have been more like a 50-50. Anyway, let's take a look at what a strong sector is. And again, this is by no means, it doesn't mean this is going to be strong all day. But look at technology. 82% of them, 83% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, 95%. Healthcare. I mean, obviously, the market is up. SPY's up a couple of points right now. So at the beginning, anyway, every sector is positive with the emphasis right now on communications and tech. And oil right now is iffy, 50-50. But if we look at this half an hour from now, we could have a dramatic change. Now, I did see this BORR. The reason I didn't talk too much about it, I mean, it's up. I don't see any specific news on it. Well, actually, they say they're increasing their share capital. But the reason I didn't talk too much about it is that to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 4. So, and it's a big float, 123 million in the float. So, I mean, for it to pop above this level would take quite a bit, I think, in my opinion. So, didn't really talk too much about it. But some of you have followed Bohr from these days when it went from 217 all the way up to 4. It was about a double in 4 days, and that's BORR. Now I'm looking at KWEB, and it's starting to drift down a little bit, just a little bit here. All right, I'm just keeping an eye on a couple of things on my thumbnail charts. Just want to see if there's anything interesting happening. A bio I didn't talk about either. It's down 23%. It's not an earnings play. Um, okay, so this is a phase 2 results and not good. This is a COVID play and not good. Okay, so there's a bio. Actually, I should have talked about this a little bit more because, excuse me, because it is a lifetime low now. Okay, lifetime low. How many shares available? Yeah, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. So a bio is another one to maybe keep an eye on. It was a phase 2. This is what I'm looking at right here. Reported the results from his phase 2 trial. Did not meet the primary endpoint. So bad news. Hopefully nobody's holding a bio. SPO. All right, so this ISPO had I guess an interest. I don't know why I can't expand this very much. Had an interesting day yesterday, but it is now almost at an all-time low also, guys. ISPO is almost at an all-time low. No specific reason. I don't see a specific reason. And this is shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And that is ISPO. Yeah, so most of the things on my scan, my pre-market actives up. China. I'm just looking at the ones that are active up. Here's this BLBX. All right, actually, I don't know why I didn't talk about this one. BLBX, guys. Yeah, BLBX, an earnings play through the 200-day or at the 200-day right now. The 200-day is 340, so it's a little bit above it. So BLBX, and it's a low float. So yeah, this is an earnings play. Don't know why I didn't talk about it. Yeah, it's on my list. I just overlooked it. So that could be an interesting one when the market opens. I did see Fisker. Just looked at this high yes or 2 days ago, 1370. Um, their news today, 40, they've passed 40,000 reservations for their, this is the news today, for Fisker Ocean SUV, and will open pre-orders, et cetera, et cetera. Not sure when they actually are going to produce a truck, but or whatever they produce. The Fisker Ocean SUV. EV play, of course. Well, remember now, this is skewed. It's 1.5% because remember, at one point this was up to 108. So that's why it says at 1.5%. So I mean, it is still pretty close percentage wise, but you have to take into account that this at one point was a $108 stock. So that's why it looks skewed. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. I'm just looking at my gap ups, my gap downs. Riot, that's right. Riot was a pretty big gap down. They're talking about yeah, and selling an indeterminate number of shares up to 500 million through agents. So that's putting a downward pressure on this stock right now. Riot. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing right now. BITO. Take a look. Bitcoin basically flat. This is ETF for Bitcoin, of course. Yeah, but Riot is definitely weakened on that news. What's Mara doing? And so Riot's on its own here. So all right, give me a moment, please. Be right back. And never apologize for a question, okay, TS? That's why I'm here. That's why don't please don't be afraid to ask a question. Yeah, it's just an abbreviation that I use. It's an earnings play, so an earnings gap, okay, E gap. earnings play, so it could be E-gap up, an earnings play. So if they released earnings and it gapped up, I call it an E-gap up. And obviously, if they released earnings and a gap down, I call it an E-gap down. But yeah, please don't be afraid to ask questions. Anybody. And less than a minute to this open. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. And actually, my advice, if you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first hour. Well, half hour anyway. Maybe not the first hour, but I'd probably sit out the first half hour. I used to sit out the first hour. Now, admittedly, that's when things were a little bit different when I started trading. But anyway, you remember Dak? Remember Tyler would wait for his superheroes scan at 10:30. And I know Zach, and we're all different, guys. We're all different. FSLY, guys. FSLY just popped up here, and now we are open. All right. Some downward pressure now on GME. All right, guys. So this SGBX with their little contract news, it got up to what? Got up to 251 in the pre-market. Another low float, 9.6 million in the float. The next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's around 268. So that's kind of close. That's kind of close. Meanwhile, LGVN, I mean, what did I say was the next high looking left on that weekly chart? Was about 19 maybe? 1925, is that right? Yeah, 1925 on the weekly chart for LGVN. Now, but look what happened. I mean, this is why you'd hopped on this one right now. I mean, I'm not saying later on it won't regain, but man, oh man, I mean, that got up to 652 and all the way down to like 15. So classic reason why I don't like to trade right off the bat. Now, I may be completely wrong about the bore. I mean, listen, if it takes out this 4 level, I mean, look at the room it's got, BORR. My bias about not really talking about it too much was because of the float, 123 million, assuming that is correct. So it's going to take a bunch to move it, but hey, it's moving. The high right there is 407. There's Nio. Man, look at that bottoming tail, though. Oh, I don't know if that's true or not, but look at that bottoming tail for Nio. Now let's take a look at KWeb. So actually, a lot of the China stocks probably look like this because I'm looking at KWeb and I see this bottoming tail, little bottoming tail for KWeb also. So there was initial mini sell-off. Tilleray, TLRY. It's hard for me to get too enthusiastic right now. I mean, it depends what your government's going to do. It's probably going to be nothing. So regarding legalization, total legalization of cannabis. All right, Diddy over 9, over 3. Another China stock. Next high looking left is 324. And we have our first halt of the day. And this is DCT, Duck Creek Technologies. And actually, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. I didn't really see this one. Maybe the volume was so low or something. So released earnings after hours. See the mauve area, the gap down, held that gap in the pre-market. And now it is starting to recover. and it got halted. The VRT, I mean, I'm just noticing on the 10-day daily breakout, I mean, it broke out right here, but it has come right back down. Again, I don't think there's any reason to take these early. They can set up again. I'd be watching this one over that 15, maybe put an alert around 15.15 for VRT. Why? Look left. You look left, man. I mean, look at the room it's got. The next high over here is 1952. The 200-day is way up here. So keep it. And what's the float? It's a big float. Surprised it was so whippy with that float. 305 million in the float. 9 times normal volume already. So I'd be keeping an eye on this one on a break over 15 again. Doesn't mean you hop in it, just because it breaks, but just got to look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. All right. So after that little bit of downturn for K-Web is now popping here. The donut is not strong here. DNUT. Let's see. Interesting day yesterday. Got all the way up here and then it sold off. And now it is really starting to. Wow. They've gone from 15, almost 15 down to 14. The next low looking left on the daily is 13.50. So it's got about 50 cents. All right, guys. This could be the one, okay? Because of the float, 7.5 million in the float. BLBX. I'm gonna just for Zach, BLBX. Type that in. And it's almost at it's almost at the pre-market high. And it's an earnings play, low float. The next high looking left. Wow, the weekly chart. Are you kidding me? 398. You know what? I mean, if this gets over 4, look out, okay? I'm going to stick an alert up here. Right around 404. I'm going to stick an alert for it at 404. See if it takes it out. Just look at that weekly chart. And if it gets up to that level, I mean, just look left, and 8 is the next high in the weekly chart. So, I mean, that's all traders are looking for, some low float play that has some semblance of news. In this case, I mean, it really is got some news. It is an earnings play, so. And I'm not in this one. Excuse me. LGVN, I'm not in it. It's man, but look at this. I mean, again, just look left. Look at the room that LGVN still has. What a week. What a 2 days, really, 2 days. All right, uranium play, guys. CCJ, almost an all-time high. Big uranium company out of Canada. CCJ, I always considered this kind of one of the world leaders. CCJ, almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high would be 30.49. All right, if this is going to open, it's going to open in 1, 2 now, DCT. So just open DCT. It was a 5-minute halt. DCT was a 5-minute halt. And holding the halt area. 2022, it got halted at. Not very much action though. All right, so this did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. This is key on the 10-day daily breakdown. Nowhere near, of course, a lifetime low. They don't all have to be, a lifetime low. I just find they probably work a lot better. Um, what's the float like? Big float, almost a billion in the float. Not wild about it. 2204. Yeah, I mean, if it gets through 22, I'll stick an alert down here, say 2198, and see if it takes that out later on. Yeah, so Leo, the question was when it reports 100% example volume in 1 minute, what it's doing is looking, and look, it may not be a hard and fast rule. This is what I say. It's about the 10-day average over the last okay, the 10-day average 1 minute volumes. Okay. And welcome to the world of trade ideas. CMAX, CareMax, CMAX is popping here. The issue is now this is it's shortable for me. The reason I'm looking at it, potential short, look at the 200-day moving average for CMAX. It's at 846, getting closer. Yeah, Leo, that's our standard answer for a lot of the questions about, what do we base our average on? And it's usually on a 10-day average, okay? This is trying to come back, guys. The BLND is actually trying to come back a bit. Gets over 5. I mean, it's an earnings play. Uh, Arrivederci Roma. That's about all I know, Leo. There's another one that's moving, NCNO. The problem is, again, look at the daily chart. Looks like there's just too much resistance near term. Hey, guys, well, okay, here's a cannabis play that is popping. CGC is popping. A lot of volume coming in. CGC, the high yesterday is right at the high of yesterday. And I'm hearing RDW. RDW. Okay, on the way down, RDW is an earnings play. Might be a little late now. 563 looks like yeah, it looks like there's decent support around, not that far away. So it is an earnings play. I'm just not that interested now. I appreciate that, Leo or Leo. Okay, I saw some of these shippers, transportation, GSL. I saw a couple other shippers that were moving. GSL is one of them. 29 million in the float, and it's still a little early. It's still under that 15 minutes. So some of the cannabis plays are moving. CLVR is moving. Again, I don't know how excited I can get about these. Does anybody know definitively if it goes in front of your house today? Like what is okay, so that's just the House of Reps, right? It's not going to the Senate. That's next week, assuming it passes. House only, okay. Okay, so it's a House today. So let's assume it gets passed, but then next week it goes to the Senate. Let's assume it doesn't. So WBA, yeah, no real mention this one. WBA earnings play yesterday and a continuation down. WBA, a continuation down on earnings. Wow, GME. I don't think it took the short blue, but maybe a little early. But this is really starting to give it up now. Where did it come from yesterday? 164. All right, WBA really starting to move down now, guys. WBA really starting to move. If you look left, can't see anything on the weekly chart. I'd probably have to expand this a bit. Wow, on the weekly chart, the next low is around 40. So this is why I wait. I have an alert set up here for a 4 break for the BLBX. Right there, you can see the blue line right there. It didn't trigger. And look what happened afterwards. Look at the drop. I mean, these are big percentage drops. And it's right, and now it's sitting right on the 200-day, 340. Look at that 200-day moving average. So again, if you want any sort of insight the way I think about trading, I set a price alert. If I don't get that price alert, I don't even look at it. I don't try to anticipate that something is going to do something. I put a price alert. If it happens, it happens. I could have just as easily said, you know what, earnings, 7.5 million in the float. Other traders around the world are looking at something, with that low float and some news. I'll just take it. I'm not saying later on it won't break over 4. Plus all the room it had. I mean, listen, there were a lot of boxes that could have been checked. The one that wasn't checked, a break over 4. Oh, ISPO, shoot, lost sight of it. That is on the way down. What did I get down to? Down 867. It's funny. I read some interesting statistic about stocks that do forward splits. So that's what GME is, attempting to do maybe later on. Something like where are the numbers? After a year, historically, now that historically, they have 25% gains at the end of the year versus I think they compared it to the SPY, which had 9%. That's historically kind of interesting. You want me to delete your a comment, Dwayne? Where I can delete it. If it's your comment. All right, guys, keep an eye on the LGVN. The LGVN, after the big pop up and then the big drop, trying to recover, bottoming tail. This might get interesting if it gets above the body of that previous 15-minute candle, which is about 1568. All right. Well, AMC, your low yesterday was 23.19. AMC on the way down. Well, that's okay. That's okay, Dwayne. All right, guys. Donut. DNUT came in the scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. Now the next low looking left, it's got a little bit of room down to the 13 level. Okay. Oh wow, the donut guys. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of room. That's the only issue. Yeah, I mean that's the issue, really, isn't it? I mean, look, if it takes that out down here at 13, I just wish there was more room. If that weren't there, I think could be turned into an awesome short. Well, AMC on the way down, guys. AMC on the way down. How much further? I mean, the low yesterday was 22.88, so it's got about $1 to that low there. Yeah, designer was this? Oh, digital brands. I thought it was designer brands. DGBI. Didn't see this at all in the pre-market. Didn't really trade very much in the pre-market. It is an earnings play. Almost another one at an all-time low. Pretty cheap though, and not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So the yeah, the USX, what is it doing? So it got halted. And what's the float? Yeah, low, not crazy low, 24 million. And the next high looking left is 434 and then 436. Is there any news on this? I see no news. This is a freight company, but look at the other ones in their sector, not doing that well. All right, look at this, guys. KWeb. Remember at the beginning? KWeb's really dropping. So my guess, of course, is most of the China stocks that were up are now dropping. So this might be the move now, guys, to short the China stocks. I haven't really looked at the overall market. So NAS is down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. USX is ripping here, guys. USX. Wow. Coming into 480 or so is the neck are the highs looking left. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around there. This looks like this could be a shortable one. I wonder if there's any specific news on USX. I don't see any specific news. It's not, again, it's not a crazy low float. Well, listen, if this takes out 5, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 620 or so. 524 looks like the next highs on the weekly. Love to see some specific. It's halted again. USX really was. I did not see that. Somebody said it was recently promoted by our Twitter feed, which I have nothing to do with. Okay, just to let you know, nothing to do with it. But you probably can't hear me pouring my coffee now, guys, with my noise canceling. Yeah, so Panda, I have I don't want to deviate too much. I have a Geoforce, okay, so it's 4 years old or so on my computer. Still excellent, but that noise canceling seems to work with RTX. And even though I tried like mad to download the correct driver, it just wouldn't do it. Every time I was getting so frustrating. I spent about almost an hour trying to do it. And I would download the driver they said, and then they would keep saying sorry, not compatible, etc. So you know what? I bit the bullet, and I mean $60 a year for this one. So I think it's pretty good. So I just did it. Okay, give me a moment here. Look at AMC just popped up again. Probably GME did the same a little bit, not much, but oh, Morph. What are you doing? Morph, MORF. Yeah, good volume. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Doesn't have a lot of room, unfortunately, in my opinion, to run. All right, guys, Blonde or Blend, Blend Labs, BLND, having a nice comeback. Now, guys, what you're seeing here, this IGMS, I was demonstrating yesterday how you can use our simulator. And if you want to practice swing trading, all you have to do is just leave it in. So I took this trade in the simulator yesterday, the IGMS, and it's underneath the entry. But I said let's show you how you can use our simulator for swing trading. All right, keeping an eye on this BLND, guys. BLND. The only reason is, it's trying to have a nice comeback here, and it's got a ton of room up to that 570 mark, 590 mark. All right, watching some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Look at that HYMC. I thought, give me a moment here. Okay, VRT now. VRT is getting pretty tasty here. Over 15 now. Look at the void. Look at the gap here. What's the lot of volume? Almost three times normal. See how well it holds this 15 level. JP Morgan upgraded it to overweight with a target of 18. Okay, so that is some news on it today. Most of the volume was right here in that opening candle. Of course, the volume is really dwindled, so that's it. That's sort of an issue. It's 2 million shares, but most of it's right here. Now the volume is just sort of tapered off. I really love this VRT. I just wish the volume would, pick up. I love it because of the void. Look, let me just look left. The next high is 1952. JP Morgan's basically putting a price target not quite up here, but 18. Not that it's going to go there, but Bloom is completely off HYMC now, guys. This is not, this, of course, is tied in with AMC. Continuing to watch this VRT, see how well it holds over that 15. Well, it's holding VRT. Man, BLBX just absolutely collapsed. No shorts for me. All right. SGLY, what did you do? 1409. Okay, interesting one, guys. Okay, SGLY, all-time high. It's had a tremendous run over the last few days. SGLY is just at yesterday's high. The longer it holds over here, over 14, and get some volume, it could still run. I mean, it's an all-time high. Nothing stopping it in theory. In fact, there it goes. Bit of a spread issue. Okay, sorry, guys. So the LGVN is really collapsing now. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything of interest. Okay, VRT is a no-go right now anyway. You just need to see the volume. I mean, you need volume. I mean, there's just the volume is just dried up. First 15-minute candle, huge volume. But since then, the volume is just kind of dried up. Whoa, GME. That's a big move down. I don't know if you're in this one finally, Blue, but that is a nice move down. Yeah, it's getting closer. I know it's on the 10-day daily breakdown. Look left on the monthly chart. 2166 is the next. I just don't see enough room, Mookie. I mean, listen, it may just continue down. It just doesn't, for me, have a, I mean, I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were more a clear shot down to the 20 level. I may be wrong. It may just completely break through, but I'm going to kind of stick to my rules, and I just don't see like a huge amount of room. And with that float, almost a billion in the float, it's going to take a bunch to move it. But that's my thoughts, of course. Copy day, guys. I mean, look at the CSSI, up, down, chopping up around. I mean, it's just really so far for me anyway, just kind of a lot of chop. Doesn't mean there's not something that is not chopping as much, but all right. I know you guys were talking about Path. Somebody was talking about Kathy Wood and Path. I don't know if that, yeah, Kathy Wood purchased 3.5 million shares of Path. I guess she's got an unending amount of money. The high rate there is 23.95 from yesterday. And that is for the Path. Well, compared to yesterday, for me anyway, this is a rather boring start. All right, well, this may be interesting. It's showing up a couple of my scans. ARLP. Let's look left. The month high next is 1613, so it's above that. 1674 on the monthly chart, so it's got some room. It's a 2-year high. What's the 81 million in the float? Kind of watching. I'm sorry, I'm just pausing here. I'm just trying to, see if anything. PL, what are you doing? PL. Oops, not bore. Well, bore, I mean, listen, if it takes up that 4, it's got room. It's got some room. BORR, it does have some room. I think I have an alert set 407 because it does have a ton of room, but it's a pretty big float. Yeah, but remember, I was just, you're seeing you're seeing IGMS here, okay, Jordy. This is just something I was just showing people how to do in a simulator yesterday. If you want to practice a swing trade, and so I said, okay, let's take a look at IGMS. I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room if it wants to move. Had the financing a couple of days ago. I said, okay, if you were going to swing this one, so I kept it overnight in the simulator. It stopped out at 25.43. So this is not a matter, do I think, I mean, obviously it's on the way down here. This was just to show how you can practice swing trading in the simulator. Well, this is a more expensive play. ALNY through the 200-day moving average at 175. That's at 177 now. ALNY. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. Trading 10 times normal. I mean, I love this key if it just didn't have all this stuff here. So, the couple that I thought might bounce more, the blend, BLND, and then, well, that was a bounce. The VRT was not a bounce, just not doing it. Just not doing it. Yeah, I did see that cleaver earlier. I know it's not cleaver. Well, it is cleaver. I was calling it clover just for fun. 274. So the next high is 324. Good volume, 9 times normal. How's MJ doing? Just in general? Yeah, really nothing. Nothing. So but CLVR is really kind of trading on its own. TCAT. Let's take a look at TCAT. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. So OpenSea enables NFT purchases with credit cards, Apple Pay. All right. Wow, look at GME. Oh, too bad, Blue. Maybe we can find a bounce level. LLAP. Not sure. All right. So this is an IPO, I guess, or a SPAC that turned into this LLAP. Let's take a look. It probably looks like a SPAC. Yeah, SPAC. So this was a SPAC, not good. It started out LLAP a few days ago, drifted down, 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 having obviously it's having a nice pop. Okay, I have no idea why I have ZVIA. Let me get rid of some of my triggered ones. Hmm. Yeah, I guess this was active a few days ago. Maybe it was here that I was looking at it, but not interested now. All right, give me a moment. I just have to follow little internal discussion that's taking place. Okay, let me just see. TRMD. TRMD. Are you doing anything that might be interesting? TRMD. Can't even see you on this monthly chart here. So I don't know what's going on with this one. TRMD. Man. Well, GME was the trade of the day, guys. If you had the wherewithal to short it from about that 190 mark down to 171. Wow. Here's your $20 move. Probably on a percentage basis, shorting USX though. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Real? You know what? I forgot to mention this one in the pre-market. HUSN. HUSN. I have it listed. They completed some kind of a sale, and that's HUSN. It is a China stock, and it's a low float. So when you look left, 360 is the next high looking left. What did it get to in the pre-market? 298. So yeah, I mean, if and the volume is coming in, HUSN got rid of China assets. That's what it was. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So are you telling me that this is it's a Texas stock, got rid of China assets? Okay. I'll get you now. Wow, HUSN guys, if it takes out that pre-market high, I mean, it's got some room. 360. 360 is the next high looking left. It's a low float. 13 million have traded already, four in the float. So it's traded the float over 3 times. Just looking at some of your bounce plays, Zach, but of course, with the market doing this, I'm not too interested in any sort of a bounce play. I know I see Donut just bounce a little bit, took advantage of that little 15-minute candle, but boy, the market's doing what it's doing. Another big red bar. So everything is negative now. NAS, Dow, SPY. Let's take a look at. Remember, all the tech stocks were up. Basically all the tech stocks were up. All the communication stocks were up from yesterday's close. Let's see how that has changed. Boom. Now only 40% of them are up from yesterday's close. Only 36% of the tech stocks. Remember how I was saying we look at this an hour later? and how it can completely change, and even energy. So energy was about, I think, was 40-60. Now 85% of the energy plays from or energy stocks from yesterday that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So energy right now. You can have this if you wanted to have this up and running all day. You could, just to keep a glance on the major sectors. You don't have to have it as big, of course, but you could have your layout. You could have this if that's what you want to do. Well, tech, I know it's on your topping play. It's still pretty strong. All-time high now for tech, TECK. Well, just waiting to see if we get another topping play. But with the market doing what it's doing, they're going to be few and far between. Oh, well, I was going to say this boomed right through three, guys. HUSN. See if it does it again. That could be the sign to get in. If it takes it out again, though it's way through a channel, I think Real would say. A 15-minute. I'm looking at a 15-minute channel. Looks like it's through it in the top. It's not shortable for me though. Yeah, just the new one, like the new low float sensation of the day. Imagine if it could take this out, this 360 out. Tech is still strong, guys. Tech is TECK, still strong. All-time high now. Okay, give me a moment. All right. For those of you who want to hear Chloe in the morning, here she is. Hi, Chloe. Hi, Chloe. That's just for you, legal. Okay. All right, keeping an eye on the HUSN. HUSN, I want to see if it holds this level and just explodes. I mean, it could do it. Traders are just looking for the next one for the day, I think. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. I'm going to trade the float several times now. Well, while I'm waiting for that to maybe happen, oh, KNX, what are you doing? KNX on the way down, KNX. So this is another freight company, not an earnings play. Boy, it is getting thumped. Yeah, I agree, William. I'm not feeling it today. You know, I missed out on the USX. That was the star in terms of the topping. But you know, you had to kind of guess where it was going to keep coming down. I mean, even if you'd waited for 518, that was the original alert, and it got up to 544 and then came down to that 518. You know, I guess that would have been I just didn't see it in time. And this is what I'm talking about. So again, one of the scans that I'm sharing from Zach. Speaking of which, it is now 10:30. So welcome to the trading room, guys. If you're new to the room, this is the format: 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen live on the mic, and that promo code is still alive. I just checked this morning; it is still alive. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Probably tonight is the last night, but all right. So I did put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to see when you click on it. So there's a promo code I was talking about, the Spring Break 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So that is still alive. Click on Get Trade Ideas. It'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Of course, you apply that 25% discount to the premium. That brings that down to 1,500. This brings this down to 650. Okay. The big difference is the AI. Again, not active today. Had a nice day yesterday, just not too active again today. You don't have to take out an annual plan, though. In fact, don't. If you don't know you want the program, don't take out an annual subscription, okay? Because you have to check our terms and conditions for taking. You know, we don't. You know, the refunds are our refund policy. I mean, it's outlined there. So don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the program, and there's no need to take out a monthly. You know, you start off on a monthly 118, 228. You can take the 25% off. If within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, then you can do so. We'll honor the 25%. So, I mean, if you're still kind of on the fence about taking out an annual, now you never have to take out an annual if you don't want to. You know, it's fine. Go a standard. Sorry, go go monthly. You know, again, you can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. And then if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. And that's fine. Okay. And if you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do this. We're almost making it. We were trying to figure out a way actually before you could even load the program to force you to do this. Okay. But let's get started. Click on that. Here we are. And the download and installation, episode 1 of 10, etc. It takes about 30 minutes to go through it. So please do it. Now I have on my homepage, I've got 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. On that link. So we have a great user guide. Okay, you click on the user guide, and you have the alert windows, top list windows, multi-strategy, sound alerts. You know, everything is right here in these sections. You want to learn about stock racing right here. Okay. And it's also the full table of contents. Click on that. All searchable. Okay. So if you're taking the getting started and then you want to dive into a little bit more about trade ideas, you know, the guide is great. It's all searchable. You could also look at the 20 introductory lessons just to start. Goes over all the basic features. You know, what is an alert window, how to create an alert window. Daily support session. So today is Friday. So from 12 to 1, Andy should be taking over the YouTube feed. Feed. I will confirm that. You know, I take my break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube feed, and it should be Andy today. And of course, as always, Chris is there 3:30 to 4:30 when I shut down the main room at 3:30. I'll pop the YouTube link in before I take my break at noon if you do want to head over there. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with, what is a stock? So those are all the free sections. And of course, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I am sharing. So there is a lot of information, education, scans, and then getting started. Let's get started. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I already showed you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and we have got a lot of scans here also. If you click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. All of these channels are theme-based. All right, so for instance, you know, the momentum channel, very popular channel. You want to see momentum stocks. You just load it. And if you like this scan, if you thought, you know what, I don't mind the idea of that. Maybe and just like with my scans, all you have to do is you right click, configure, summary, and it's going to show you what it's looking for. So if you like it exactly the way it is, you just save it to the cloud. Okay. Of course, if you want to make some changes, maybe a different price range, maybe, you know, a different minimum volume, things like that, you can do so. And as you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might even want to add a filter in or take one out. But if you like it as it is, just save it to the cloud. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you can go through the different channels, okay? You know, going down. You want to see stocks that are moving down right now? You know, you might like this, biggest losers for the year. I mean, biggest losers by the month, today, etc. Okay. So if you like the idea of one of these, you just save it to the cloud. What I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels, extract scans that we have created that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one and create your own layout with scans that we've created for you. So you don't even have to know how to build a scan to begin with. It's all covered, you know, go to the getting started. All right, I'm going to take a look at the VIRT again. Just not VIRT, VRT. I see it's just nudging its way over 50. And again, choppy though, guys. I mean, when I say choppy, I mean, look at a 15-minute chart. Look at these topping tails. That means at one point the buyers had it up here. The sellers knocked it down, got it all the way down there. The buyers took control a little bit. And then again, buyers had it up here, sellers took over. So this is it's just difficult to trade. It's that simple. WBA continues to make its way down. Once it took out yesterday's low, it was dropped about $1 from yesterday's low. It was an earnings play yesterday. All right, the AI. Well, the AI is not really doing too much. Again, had a bit more activity yesterday, just not a lot of activity. Um, if you want to follow the AI, you need our premium service. What I would do is this: I would click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is what you're going to see. I would click on the profitable. This is the filter here. I would just click on the profitable trades or any profitable trades. Okay. I don't know why this is showing up. Oh, I know why. Because it has come back, maybe. Oh, it's a short. LGVN is a short now. Problem is maybe a lot of you can't short that one. I don't know. Yeah, it's not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers anyway. But this is how I would watch it. Okay, so there's the ARLP. I mean, it's not doing too badly, but it's chopping around a little bit. It's not fantastic, but it's there. So how to use it? It's up to you. I mean, to kind of follow it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes they set up later on. Sometimes you get an alert early and it sets up later. And last, Brokerage Plus. Let me just talk a little bit about that, then I can get back to scanning the market. Boy, this one is mentioned this one maybe $1 ago for the KNX. This market is, I'm watching the WBA also. Now look at VERT underneath VRT underneath 15 again. Anyway, Brokerage Plus. So I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. This is this window that you see here. And if you need to be using our app, if you're using the web-based version, this is not available. Okay. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the link that I put in there's a short video. There are two videos. The short video shows if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we are. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. It just means you won't have this feature available to you. Okay. Now, how I really like to demonstrate it though is as a simulator, paper trader simulator. You notice in the toolbar it says Brokers Plus. Underneath there are two options. One says live, one says sim. Practice trading first before you start trading. Okay. And I'll say this every single day, and I'll say it every single day. If you're new to trading, practice trading first. By the way, it looks like I got stopped out of that swing that I was demonstrating how to do. IGMS stocked me out, took me out and that's wrong. That's not how much the loss was. There's a bug in here in the simulator. We just do something here. Read it out to them. When you start out, this is what you should see. You should see it says not connected, and all you do is click on sim. And when you do that, it'll say select account, click on the select account, and then select simulated trading default. That's it. Now you can practice trading. And here's the deal. You don't even need a broker. If you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, it doesn't matter. You want to practice trading? It uses our real-time data. Look at KNX. Wow. Just completely getting destroyed here. KNX. I mean, the only news I see is that they talk about how they're going to release their first quarter on April 20th, which is what we have. Maybe they're guiding lower or something. I don't know. I really don't know. That's all I can see. Unless all the shippers are just getting, well, it looks like the shippers are just getting kicked here for some reason. Oh, okay. Well, that has to be the reason because they're all getting kicked. All right, so to use our simulator, really simple. All you do is click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're buying it to go long, you click the buy button. If you want to go short, you click the sell button. Okay. So I'm not going to go over it in any great detail. Just practice, practice, practice. And what I was showing before is that if you take a trade and you don't get out at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Yeah, you know what? You're right. CLVR is moving higher. I think it's getting close to that high of a couple of days ago, getting a little bit hot, close. Breaks three. I mean, it would have to take out 324, then the day before 333. I mean, if it can do that, then it's got a shot to four. Ugly. Oh boy, I don't know if you're still in this one. 270, 248. So that's a wide spread, or a wide stop, I should say. All right, so here's one that didn't do anything in the pre-market, MRSN. Wow, look at this, 4 million, 21 times normal, 72 in the float. I'm trying to see if there's any specific reason. I don't see a specific reason for this, but this has just gone on a mission here. Again, though, unfortunately, it's just coming into right now. I think it's coming into some resistance, but no action in the pre-market at all. No clue this was going to happen. All right, let me demonstrate something, okay, using the simulator though, okay? Let's just say you did want to take this MRSN, but obviously, I'd hope you wouldn't take it now because it's a little too extended. But let's say you wanted to take it on a pullback. Let's say you want to take it on a pullback to say that 420 level, okay? Yeah, shock. I can't talk anything about the Wealth 365 Summit coming up. I mean, all I know it is, and there's a bunch of speakers, and I guess Dan is going to be one of them. That's all I know. Okay, sorry. I mean, I don't really know more than that. I've never watched any of it. It's been going on for years. I know Michael Noss usually does it, but he is preoccupied right now, so I really can't talk about it. I mean, if you go to the website, it basically tells you what it's all about, right? I can't really add any more than that. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room asking me to talk about the Wealth 365 Summit that's coming up. Well, let's take 500 shares on a pullback, say 420. This is what you do. At 420 into both of these boxes, the price and the stop box. Click the buy button. And a blue line appears on the chart. Okay, and you'll see right here, 500 shares, it'll cost $2,100 at 420. Okay, so that's how you can play a pullback if that's what you want to do. You could also, of course, put the price above the current price if you thought, hey, if it took out a certain range or a certain price above it, I want to take the trade. So you could have just put the price in the stop box above the current price, and a blue line would have been above it. Okay, so that's how I call this conditional trades. Look at the CLVR right now through three. Probably the lowest float of any of the cannabis plays that I can think of. 19 million. Okay, so the VRT is starting to creep up a little bit. Again, I just like to see a little more volume. And again, why I'm sort of fixated on it is because when I look left, there's a ton of room. Yeah, the HUSN, as I said before, was not shortable for me. Showed up on Zach's scan, not shortable for me. Shoot, now listen, the market's putting a little pop here, and and just looking at NVST. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, you cannot exit at a moving average. Not that I'm aware of, okay, Davis? When you say customized column price, what do you mean by that exactly? Okay, Chloe, time to go see. What do you mean by a customized column price? I'm talking to somebody so you're talking about a moving average. It has to be a set number. So in other words, it doesn't work. In other words, like following a moving average. You mean you've created a custom filter? So don't quite understand what you mean. Yeah, so a custom formula. Okay. But what does the custom formula have to do with, getting into a trade exactly? I mean, custom formula is just a filter. So you can have, if you're asking, can you have an alert window with a custom formula in it? So, using that custom formula and it triggers at a price, yes, you can do that. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Um, so you're getting an alert at $2 and you want to take it at 210. Yeah, I don't think there's a way unless you have but the limit offset, of course, if you had a limit offset at 10 cents, it would do that. But I don't think there is a way, but I'm not an expert. So what I would do is go to our homepage and ask that question. Other people are way more expert in using Brokerage Plus than I am. I'll just give you our homepage because the trigger is at 2. Now you're saying, okay, but take that trigger at 2 and only take the trade at 210 as an example. Now, I'm not 100% sure you can do that. Okay, but if you go to our homepage, you can ask that question. I don't want to steer you wrong. Okay, when you click on the homepage link, you'll see not exactly a pop up, but it'll say start live discussion, something like that. Well, WBA, I was kind of eyeballing it for a potential short, but it's sort of popping up a little bit here. Too late on it for me. THCA, that's a SPAC still, THCA? Yeah, it's still a SPAC, okay. Andy, I see you might be there. I don't know if you're in the room right now. Well, it's certainly a low float, 12 million in the float for THCA. Now they announced a long time ago who they're looking to merge with. I think the last July. There's the view app that Real is talking about, 42.35 for tech. I guess if it can take out that, then it has a shot to keep going down. TECK. I can give you a link to my scans, yes. All I have to do is go to my homepage, Paul. Go to my homepage, or Paul. L, LML. Go to my homepage and click on the scan section, or go to the scan section, and all my scans are there. Boy, GME guys continues. Be interesting to see. It's almost where it. Oh no, it's still got a little bit to go. Okay, the low, it closed, looks like around 160. Yeah, 166. It's about 381 from that from where it closed. And there again is that 200-day moving average, 164. But this is just absolutely getting crushed here. Wow, I mean, this is just there's no pullback yet on this MRSN. This is shortable also for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, 250,000 shares. The next high looking left is 441, so it's a little bit above that. And the next high is 450. Boy, I mean, you'd think sometimes these 50-cent levels for stocks underneath $5 can be almost as powerful as the whole numbers to get through, to try to get through. Boy, oh boy, I mean, this, yeah, it gets closer to that 450. Could be a ripe short, guys. And I'm talking about MRSN. MRSN, type it in. Wow, look at GME. It's getting closer and closer. It might go negative. This might go negative. Oh, blue collar. Keeping an eye on this MRSN, guys. Longer it holds underneath that 450. I may have to just jump in and take a short MRSN. All right, ISPO is actually having a bit of a bounce. ISPO, just noticing here, it's thumbnailed, that's why I can see it. Over 9, for me, if it holds 9, bases a bit over 9, doesn't jump up, and then maybe on some volume it starts to move. The pre-market high or pre-markets were around 950. I mean, I'm scrounging here though. All right, let's take a look. Shady and VTNR. VTNR, what's happening with it? 1030. All right, so Vertex energy play got 1087 was the high in the pre-market. The high yesterday was 1058. Man, I'm oh, I got an alert. There's that THC. Hey, Zach, yeah. I just got an alert for that THCA. Look at the week it's had. Yeah, what a week. Like maybe it's getting closer. Maybe it's getting closer to this merger. The last news we had on it, believe it or not, was on the 21st of July last year, of course. And they approved the business combination, but it obviously didn't take effect. And what are they saying here? See if yeah, I don't see that they're saying okay, it's gonna happen tomorrow or all right, guys. Well, as the market is starting to creep higher, 45 minutes now of 7 minutes for this candle to close, but 45 minutes trying to wipe out that big red candle here of 45 minutes ago. Well, you know what? I mean, if this can get up to this area again, I may just, this will be a bit of a chase, but it'll be an all-time high. This is not a recommendation, but it is shortable. Ooh, it is shortable for me too. THCA, I'm talking about. Come on, MRSN, do something. Oh boy, 1242, 1240, 1245 for the THCA. Aha! This just opened, guys. Xpon just opened. Okay, this is a 2.2 million, $79. Okay, so this just opened. IPO CAM. So Xpon just opened. It also showed up on our house resumes. That's one of the quirks. If a stock is an IPO, it can probably, I'd say 90% of the time you're going to see it as a resume. Okay, just a quirk. An alert up here at the high. Okay, again, 2.2 million proposed between 7 to 9. Okay, so nothing extraordinary right now. Okay, it's at 754, so the pricing range was supposedly between 7 to 9, only 2.2 million. So again, this is not for new people. Not even, shouldn't even be for me, but seriously, this is not for new people or newbies, I should say. All right, MRSN, just give me a little bit. I am short, okay? I am short this. I'm not convinced, but the MRSN for 50, I thought was going to be a tough nut to crack. But I mean, it may stall right here. Just looking for something to do. I know it shouldn't trade out of boredom, but very tight stop. I like the symmetry too. 444. You were right, Sarah. LGVN is sort of perking up. Again, I've got that thumbnail, keeping an eye on it. Perking up a little bit, yes, making higher lows. Low float. 3.2 million in the float. What time is it? This is one of those days, guys. Let's take a look at the SPY volume just for fun. 21 million. Yesterday, wow, yeah. I mean, we're way, 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 way. I mean, obviously, we still have what do we have? 5 hours left, a little less than 5 hours left. But still, I mean, this SPY volume, maybe it's going to get out to, I don't know, 50 million. All right. So after that big, big, big dropping tail for THCA, and it pulled all the way back, now it's started trying to go again. I mean, highly risky. I mean, it's just, very, very choppy, very low float, 12 million in the float. Is that what it is? Or lithium? Okay. Well, listen, I have an alert set up here. High of the day, only 2.2 million, shares. So, I mean, this could go absolutely crazy. I mean, the only good thing is, I mean, at least it's between the IPO potential price between 7 and 9. So some of the other ones we've seen are below. So there's a little bit of enthusiasm for it. I wouldn't say it's wild, but that's why you put an alert at the high and see if it takes it out later. So this little TGB, maybe a little bit. No, it's not too much resistance. Oh, MRSN, a little bit of a leg down now. A little bit of one. That's the key area right here, right there, 437. I mean, if you can really crack. Son of a, son of a, son of a. You guys can all say it for me. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I tried to get the X-Pon and I couldn't understand why it didn't fill me. And now I see why. It was just almost being halted. It hadn't quite halted yet. I was wanting to get it right here at 8:34. Oh, anybody get it? Oh my goodness. Well, we'll see what happens when it opens. I mean, at one point I saw 9. That's what I saw, 9. Shoot. Because this is one of those ones that could just explode. Oh well. Son of a sailor. A little more strong, perhaps. Well, at least you got something, Amir. Amir in our YouTube room says I got eight shares. Oh, I was so keen. I had my alert set right there at 8:36. But we'll see. I mean, look, this, okay, in case you're wondering what we're talking about, okay, so here's the halt. This is Interactive Brokers, okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt, 8:48. What you're seeing on the right-hand side is the potential of where it could open, okay? And this is not a hard number. It'll, when I first saw it, it was at 9. And it doesn't mean even at the very end, if that's 8:60, that's where it's going to open. It's halted at 11:19:40 plus 47 seconds. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:24 plus 47 seconds. So what time is it now? 11:24. So in about maybe 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, if this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they're 5-minute halts. Again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Okay. Oh, well, maybe MRSN can keep drifting down for me. Man. Well, at least a little bit of excitement. So I'll certainly have this up on the screen. 11:23:07. So another minute and a half or so before this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. And I drop down your new tab for a second. I don't know what you mean. My new tab? Which one are you talking about? Oh, in the toolbar. Okay. Yes. Yeah. If you're looking at all this, you don't get this. Okay. I'm in a development version. But before I do that, I just want to watch this Xpon. Okay. If you don't mind, it should open in about 15 seconds. In seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, open. There you are. Here's your open. 890, 894. Ah, question was answered. Oh, you mean why you're not getting all the other? You mean all these? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm on a development version. That's why. You guys probably get down to about here, right? Brokerage Plus, maybe. Well, that was a supremo miss, unfortunately. Just within a second. Oh well, not going to dwell on it. Congratulations, those who got the 8 shares or the 2 shares before the halt. But this is why, these ones that release very few shares, fairly low priced, which it was 2.2 million, priced between 7 and 9. This is why these can be super explosive the day of, and even maybe even the second day. Yeah, I got this weird message when I tried to get my shares at IB, one I don't think I've seen before, and then it got halted, and that must have been it. All right, now believe it or not, stick an alert at the high up here, way up here, and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Wow, look at THCA. I'm glad I didn't chase that one. And that was shortable too. So the MRSN, I mean, it's not working too badly. Realistically, I mean, the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is 430. Now XPON is halted on the way down. So hopefully you guys, you traded out of it. It's got halted on the way down. Wow, look at THCA. That was a great short if you took it. Well, I'm glad you got out at 9. I don't know where this is going now, but okay, guys, the China stocks that were so inviting at the beginning in the pre-market, looking like they were going to, move higher. I mean, that's K-Web. They obviously have been just drifting down. So if you're in a China short right now for the last hour or so, you've probably done well. And again, that whole news, again, I don't know if we call it news or rumor or whatever we want to call it, but the China regulators suggesting that they'll give full access to audits on the US listed China stocks. Of course, they've been a huge bone of contention for quite a while now, but maybe more news is coming out. Maybe they won't. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I thought the same thing, Zach. I try not to be too cynical, but I absolutely thought the same thing because the way that press release was released, it did not say it's done, like it's a complete done deal. You know what's looking good is that LGVN, guys. I mean, takes out 15. I had an alert set up here. I don't know why it didn't trigger, actually. Okay, it's 11:30, and I do have confirmation that Andy will be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in, and he'll probably talk a little bit, well, quite a bit about the Trader's Eye. I think it's going to be a new channel, and what these guys are doing are putting stocks in that they think are potential swings. Well, yeah, BJF, I mean, you can talk freely in the off topic, within reason. I just don't want it to get political. Okay, that's one thing. I just do not want it to get political, even if it is off topic. I think what Real is trying to say is, look, in the stocks only, you know, what do you guys think about this stock, or I'm in this stock, or this is doing this? Okay, I think that's what he's trying to. I know that's what he's trying to say. Well, actually, guys, this is giving me way more than I thought. I thought 437 may stall it. I was going to get about the big 7 cents out of it, but MRSN is actually now okay on a risk reward basis. I'm in at 444 at a 6 cent stop, basically. So you can do the math. If I got out right now at 430, which I could, now at 429, just do some simple math. Say 430. Let's make it 15 cents, okay? So if I'm risking 5 cents and I make 15, that's a 1 for 3 risk reward. Okay. Morning, Arthur. This was a great bounce play for you, Zach. I don't know if you took this one, the NVST. That was a great bounce play. And it's even still working, even though the market is now starting to drift down. Now, this could turn into another short, okay, after that bounce. Remember, it was down. It's still down for the day, barely. Dental equipment and supplies manufacturing. Hmm. Don't think I've seen these guys before. Well, okay. I mean, listen, low float, if you're new to trading, you might want to stay away from low float stocks, okay? It's just that most of when you see a stock that's up, 30 or 40%, the only way that can happen typically is if it's a low float situation. Absolutely, they are more risky. There's no question they are more risky, but it's risk reward. They can give you the biggest gain, but you've got to pay a lot of attention. So most of my scans, it's not that I'm looking for low float situations. It's just that they typically are because I'm interested in stocks that can. Well, I mean, th- this is an extreme case, but it's up 104%. How could that be? How can you get a stock up 104%? Well, because of that low float situation. I don't know why I missed this one, to be honest, but earlier. I mean, I probably had a trigger earlier. So yeah, I mean, if you're new to trading, you may want to stay away from it. But they are the ones that are certainly the most exciting and the biggest. I mean, look at the LGVN from yesterday. Well, yeah, you again, if you're new to trading, maybe you want to stay away from them. But I mean, if you've been trading for a while, these are the types of trades that we are drawn to. Ones that go from 9 to 13, $14. But it's not. I'm not focusing on low floats. It's just that, I'm always looking for a minimum, in this particular scan here, as an example, excuse me, the stock has to be up at least 5% from the open. Okay. So, I mean, that's not extraordinary, but typically, a stock that and the current volume is at least eight. So it's trading at, eight times normal. For that to happen, typically they are going to be a low float. But notice I don't have a low float. I don't have the float filter in here. Okay. It's just that it happens that a lot of them are low floats. All sorts of different trading styles, in this trading room. So yeah, I mean, it's always exciting and it looks awesome when you get into something like an LGVN yesterday and it runs $3 or $4 or $5 for you. But the risk is that it runs $10 on the way down. Okay. That's why I always say if you get in, really any trade, I don't care if it's a low float or it's got a big float, but especially if you get into a low float situation, like this is not a low float situation, 72 million. That's not low float, but it's moving, it's inching its way down. But I would never wander away from my computer. If I'm in a stock and it's a very low float, I wouldn't go downstairs, make a coffee or something and hoping that it's still where moving higher. Never would I do that. Meanwhile, look at this market, guys, getting thumped here. We had that half hour look pretty good. Look like I might even take out that red candle here. But now we're on a low now for the SPY. Blue, blue collar, that GME looks like it may want to have a bit of a run now. Case in point, PHCA, look at the float, 12 million. I mean, that's low. I think anything under 20 is low. Obviously, the lower a stock is, or the float is, the more volatile it can be. But look at this. I mean, got up to 1261, moves all the way down to 1116. I mean, here's a dollar and a half, just like that on a $12 stock. That's a massive percentage move. Well, that's why, you might have, I'm not just talking to, I'm talking to anybody really, but I mean, you might have taken this trade right here thinking, you know what, it's over 12, looks like it's going to hold. Okay, I'm in at 12.27. Let's go downstairs, feed the cat, walk the dog, come back, and I'm sure it's going to be higher. And look what can happen. I mean, sudden moves. To be honest, I find that the low float stocks towards in the afternoon seem to hold a lot better. You get the enthusiasm coming in and taking them to new highs. I mean, that's what happened with, I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, but that's what happened with the LGVN yesterday. If you're kidding, Arthur, or not, but I'm just waiting for your next one. It's funny because it's still bouncing, and yet the market is just cratering now. This looks like an interesting short now, NVST. It got up to that 48.53. Remember, I mean, it was down for a reason. Well, it's certainly no tell, David or David. There's no tell. Let's take a look at what it's doing today. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's got that room. I mean, it's got the room 7.97, $8 as the next high looking left. Big float. Ooh, boy, this X-Pon just took out the high now. Gonna take it out again. Man. Yeah, 2.4. I had 2 point, yeah, 2 point something. Zach says with a quadruple Y, risky. As I'll say it, I can say it, hell. Yes, I'm going to. Well, I'm gonna. Oh man, I was gonna take some off at 10.50, but look at it go, guys. Okay, I've just taken some off. I mean, I got to protect it from the 10.60 level. At my alert set right here at that just underneath, not well at the high. But as Zach says, super risky. Well, Cam, where are you, Cam? Are you still in the room? Yeah, no, it's not a dumb question at all. It's just my abbreviation. Don't repeat. Okay, so you'll see the first time you had the alert, and the other one you'll see it over and over and over again as it if it keeps making new highs. Okay, so that's why I always like to see the first time so I can go back and see. Okay, got an alert. What did I do from there? Oh man, well, this made my day. No, 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 no. It's not a dumb question at all. How would you know? Remember, I was saying how boring it was? Not boring now. Wow, look at X-Spawn, guys. I mean, it's not easy, but what did I do? I just put an alert at the high of the day. The high of the day. It was right around there. I just kind of know how the trader mentality. And it's of course not well. I don't know. You don't have shorts available, Zach, do you? For X-Pawn? I know I don't. I mean, it's too new. And if you did, it probably cost you a fortune. Don't you dare short it now, if you can. Okay, I'm all out. I'm all out of it now. All out of it now. Now, the next thing, yeah, believe it or not, I may look at it if it takes out 1123 later on. Okay. Again, this is not a recommendation for you to do the same as me, but you too, David. We can all relax. Zach's not going to attempt to short it. You know what? Shady, I lost sight of it. That was one of my I have an asterisk as a potential short for me, RDW, because of the it was an earnings play. I'm still in the MRSN short. That's all I'm in now, guys. I'm out of the X-Bond long. I mean, it could still rip. I'll be on I was gonna say my vacation, my hour break. Oh, I'm probably gonna regret not being in it anymore, but that's okay. All right, guys, I've covered my MRSN also. 444 down to 430. I covered that. It was a short, of course. So as we speak, I'm in nothing, and it's perfect timing. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. One moment, please. Oh boy, this is. I've got to resist as I'll be taking my break. There's no way I can take this and have my break, so I'm going to resist. That's the X pawn. Really, it should be off topic, Zach. Okay, but interesting news. Blue collar, are you around? I was mentioning that maybe this GME is getting right around here, that 172 mark. I wonder if you took that trade. I did not. I did not take the. I did not. Just wondering if you took it though. Oops. Welcome, Arthur. First day in the trading room, or do you also have trade ideas? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You have to go into the room every day, though. You have to, like a link. And it's a bit of a procedure. Oh, okay, you're in YouTube, so it's easier. Yeah, to get into our room. Just to let you know, though, there is a robust trading room. Okay, and I'm going to show you where it is. Lot more activity, more traders throwing around ideas. Okay, it looks like this. All right, guys. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Andy will be there very soon. So when I take my break, you can head over there. I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes. For that X pawn, again, I am sticking an alert at the very high of the day and see if it gets taken out later on. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what could happen. It's easy to get into the YouTube room. It's that simple. This room, not quite as easy. So I guess that's why we have two. It's the same though. It's the same. I mean, they see me and they see me. They see my screen and they hear me. So it is the same. Some people just want to listen to me, so they don't, or some people just want to see my screen and listen to me. They don't care about interaction with other traders. But so we give the choice. Well, it's not really that bad. I mean, listen, I'll say I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. I mean, it's not. There's not as much activity in the YouTube room. You're in the right room. You want a lot of activity, Willow Puff. You're in the right room. But I do try to say, hey, listen, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and this is the question. There's no, I guess there's a subtle delay in our YouTube room. There's no delay in the main room. And that was a question from our YouTube room. YouTube has a slight delay. All right, man, I'm struggling for what makes this trade great video today. This is a tough day for me anyway. Did it finally fall? SGLY? Yeah, last time I looked at it, was making an all-time high. Whoa. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Oh, that's too bad. And I'm talking about I just put the link in, Arthur, right there. Oh, no, no, not not that one. This link right here. Okay. But remember, I'm taking a break in about anytime now. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up, and then I'm taking my break. So actually, I'm going to get the announcement in, and I'll be off until about 12:55. All right, guys. What A Bio's actually had a nice comeback. Just looking at this one thumbnail, that's the only reason I see it. Still down 12%, but trying to come back. Some volume
Okay.
coming. EBIO, of course, a huge potential gap to fill if it wants to keep going, but it is down. Remember, for the reason it was down, uh,
Wait,
company report, yeah, disappoints in mid-stage. So they had disappointing data. So that was the reason for it getting
let me
knocked
ask you
down.
this. Wait, am I still?
Oh, Andy, I can hear you.
Yeah, ready to
Can you
take
hear?
over, Barry, when you are.
Oh, okay. Okay. First of all, I'll mute myself. Okay. So now you're in.
Okay. Now, Chris, is there any way to? Well, I know that, but I can't. How do I see that? How do I? Okay, I'm just gonna put this on another monitor over here. Then they don't have a pop out on the chat. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me do that too because I like my pop out. Gotta mute it. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Kind of first time to use the StreamYard. Welcome. I guess I can go ahead and take you off our little huddle there, huh? Sorry, me and Chris were huddling. All right, guys. Welcome to the Friday support webinar. My name's Andy, and man, this is yeah, I like this, Chris. So let's get going. First time to use this StreamYard, so guys, bear with me if I have any technical issues, but it looks like we're off and running. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Chris. Welcome, everybody. This is once again the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy, and we can hear your music. I hope you're joking because I have no music playing. Are you joking? Okay. All right. It was you, huh? All right, guys. Ugly day. We're seeing some, first day of a quarter ugliness in the market. And to see what happens. Yeah, we're breaking below our 10 period moving average. Also doing the same thing or close to it in the Qs. Yeah, we're through the 10 period moving average in the Qs. So first day, not a good day for the bulls. Hey, Aja, how you doing, buddy? Man, let's see. Let me pull up the YouTube page. I'm sure no, we can't lose anybody because there's really no no changing of the guard like we used to have in OBS. It's just kind of a smooth transition now. So that's good. That's good. That's good. Let me show you guys what is coming out soon. As a matter of fact, I just been working with Brad and loaded this page up. So maybe later on today, but for definitely on Monday, you guys are going to have this channel. Okay, it's going to be the Trader's Eye, TI Trader's Eye curated swing ideas. This is what we kind of had in the hopper today. Actually, some stocks doing pretty good considering the market. So we'll have much more to talk about this in the future. We do plan on doing a webinar at least, maybe 3-4 times a week. We probably won't be doing one on Fridays because Friday is typically not a day I like to look for too many swings. But nevertheless, this is, let me kind of explain these windows to you. This is, like I said, going to be a channel. Okay, guys. So when you pull up your channel bar, the docked channel bar is the one I would recommend because you're going to have all your windows in a nice little dock like this, and you can, minimize it and still see your default layout. Bring it back up when you want to see some ideas maybe for swing trading. The eye is going to probably be the one that you keep an eye on. This is just a top list of all of our swing ideas for today. All of these were green at one time, of course. And I'll explain this as we move forward, guys. These are ideas, okay? As a trader, it's going to be up to you if you choose to take these ideas. But keep in mind there's many variables that go into trading on a day like today. Okay, we're not just saying go in and buy all these. There may be some great ideas out there, but you got to play the market first. It's what I tell everybody. It's the same thing with trading the holly, or if you got some long calls coming out and the market's just not acting right. Back away, maybe look for some shorts, or maybe don't do anything at all, especially when it comes to swing trading, because these are long ideas. So you want to make sure you are not just coming in and trying to just trade all these ideas. Good morning, Arthur. How are you? Yeah, I think that was Chris. He had his own music going. He was trying to blame it on me. But once again, this is going to be the eye. This is going to be the top list with everything in there. Actually, and this eyes on the SMAs, I added this one. This is a really good one. What I like to do when you get these ideas, a lot of time I like to put in key moving averages in here, so you can see stocks that are getting down to their 10-period moving average. Maybe you want to be a contrarian and buy stocks that are pulling back, and you see these things, coming back to their 10-period moving average or close to it. You can see this one's coming down to its 50. This IMXS is actually moving higher and looks like it is approaching its 10-period moving average. But this is something I've always done in the past. Is ACHR. You can see it is close to its 50-day moving average. Let me pull my Epic pen up so you guys can see. And by the way, guys, if you do have any questions, drop them in. I am just going over something I'm really excited about. So take, for example, this ACHR, close to its 50-period moving average. You can see twice it's kind of bounced. I'm sorry, this is a 10-period moving average. I can see it's just below. Okay, I'm sorry, Indy. I was on the wrong one. There you go. This one's close to just below its 10-period moving average there. Sorry about that. Indy would be the one that is close to its 50. Let's make sure. Yep, and there you have it, pulling down. These can be kind of areas, guys, if you're a contrarian, you don't want to look for stocks that are kind of setting up possibly on the daily. I do this quite often, and they come to a level of interest. And so instead of reaching up and buying highs, maybe I want to buy this thing as it's coming down here. I got the 50 and the 10. So this can be a nice little top list to look for opportunity if you're looking for pullbacks, or it could be breaking out and going, right above one of the key moving averages. This right here is just a new high in the eye. So these are just stocks that this morning hit new highs. Obviously, a couple of charts. I did decide to add a race in here. We're really trying to promote the races. Now, keep in mind, races work better for intraday trading. Okay, but still, I think this is a good way to keep an eye on stocks that are doing well at the moment. You can see this AGL, still up on the day, winning the race right here today. So, oh no, I bought some my core positions. I did buy some SQQQ yesterday. Okay, at around I believe it was around 32.76 or something like that. I bought some SQQQ. I did buy a few things this morning. Not a few things, but a couple things. I did buy this Indy. I'm in at around 795. I like the daily, and they actually came out yesterday and said they're gonna be at the high end of their guidance. So like this chart. I like this chart here on the daily. You can see long basing pattern above all its moving averages. So this is one that I bought. Now, given the conditions, it's it's not the kind of market you go in and buy a full size. So it's about half size in this indie right now. And then one I could add, if it breaks out through this level of say 815 level, go ahead and put an alert right there. I do this, quite a bit. We'll, see a setup, but market conditions aren't right. I like the stock. I want to be in it. I'll just buy half, sometimes only a third size, but that's one that I did buy today. Trying to think. Hood, I bought yesterday at around 1360. Once again, pulling back. This is one I pulled back. Now, unfortunately, the market conditions didn't work out, but I'm still in that one. I'm only down, geez, probably 25 cents in it at the most. So it's one I like. This level right here had a big move, pulled back for 3 days. I would love for this thing to put in like a spinning top, maybe going into Monday, and then have a reversal. So once again, this is half size. I never buy full size when I'm buying pullbacks. I didn't put a stop on Indy. The one thing good about I don't put physical stops. I'm always here. I'm always watching the market. I usually will, have my blotter up and be able to see what's going on. And once again, this is a small position. And what I'll typically do, I've been watching it all morning. Of course, didn't care for that little drop right there. So I'll just put a, alert in if it breaks down, below this 760 range. I'll probably get out. It didn't do what I thought it would do. I'm anticipating this is going to hold its moving averages here. Okay. Now, if it doesn't and the market continues to blow up, yes, I will get out of my 1/2 position. But it's not one where I put physical stops in. Now, if you're not always watching the market, you may have to do that, but I'm always around and got an eye on the market. So I'm able to keep an eye on my positions. And I like to use a price alert versus a stop loss, because a lot of time these stop hunters, they know where your stops lie. Unfortunately, your broker will sell your your stop orders to ETF firms, and it's kind of criminal, but they do it. So I like to use just a price alert, and what happens if it triggers, then I will see was this just a sudden no volume move down. I don't like panicking out, so I'll basically kind of reevaluate the situation. You're welcome. And that's about it. Yeah, that's so I got like a half position in Indy, and I got a half position in Hood. Not a market I'm chasing highs in, by no means. Hey Mike, how are you? Take a look at the Trader's Eye again. BTU performing well. TGB had a nice move this morning. So all in all, not that bad. Obviously, there's some trades. I mean, in the market conditions, there's definitely some trades that are, I shouldn't say trades, some ideas that are not working. But here's I'm going to give you an example, guys, and this is what I'm afraid of, and I want to make sure people don't do that and just say, hey, these guys think these stocks are going to be higher in a few days. And the answer to that question is maybe. Okay. Once again, you got to trade the market first. All right. So a lot of these ideas you're going to see, like this Indy, for example. And if this opened up today and it took out this high, going back to, let's say, right there, yeah, then it'd probably be in play. But when you see these ideas, you want to look at a chart and ask yourself, when do I want to buy this? There's a couple of ideas. You can do what I did, maybe just buy half a size. Obviously, when I bought this, I didn't think, the market was uh, looked like it was going to dig in. Or I guess right here, let me just show you. If I'm looking at this and the market looks like it's digging in right here, putting in a couple of bottoming wicks, and then I think I probably bought it right in here. Um, if I do something like that, like I said, it's typically a half size. But reason we're going to be doing these webinars is so you'll get an idea. Okay, remember we're going to put a lot of these stocks in here in pre-market, so we have no idea the market's going to open up and then get hit. So these are just ideas. So you need to look at the chart and play them off levels like uh, breakout levels like this INDI. It's kind of in a range and not doing really anything. So it's one of those kind of things where you can take a small position, but it can be kind of risky. Like I'm underwater about 20 cents in this position. Or you can wait until you get, which is probably the most prudent thing to do, is wait till it takes out a certain key level and then buy it. And then sometimes, you guys, if it's early, this EVGO, beautiful daily chart, still looks good. It broke out above that. You can see my price alert that went off. This was one that I have been in a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, but I'm not in now, and I did not buy that one. But boy, it looked beautiful. But unfortunately, the market grabbed it. So always play the market first, guys. Hi, Gwen. Is Trade Ideas doing some talks on Twitter Spaces? How do I find these? You know what? We did that for a few weeks. Sean was the guy who kind of headed those up, and he is no longer with us. He moved on, and so we'll have to decide. We may do them. It just, with him leaving, we all have much more responsibilities now, and but I'm sure we'll get something probably going in the near future. It just he was kind of the guy heading that up, and he left. But maybe that's something we'll do in the future. Yeah, I mean, it was one of these. It was no big deal. He had something else kind of going, and it worked out for him, and it was a good move for him. But yeah, he's no longer with us. I know, man. I know, it's sad. We all like Sean. That one's performing well. Flow serve. ADM's doing okay. BTU. That cleaver looked like it wanted to go. Looked like it wanted to go to highs there. The market got the better of it. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Gwen. Let me see if that's been added yet. Pull up a doc channel, see. I think Brad's kind of on vacation, so he's just kind of doing this on the side, but let me see if if that's in there yet. Doc channel bar. Oh, Trader's Eye. Let's see if he's got it in. Oh, that's not it. Okay, that's not somehow I got the wrong one in there. Let me it's going to explosive winners. Let me tell Brad, hold on just a minute. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if this is file, load from cloud. No, that's the right one I sent him. So I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, we'll get that worked out. Say CHR. See, that's another example. It's a nice little setup there. You had a couple of wicks down below the 10 period moving average, but when you come into the day, what you would like to see on a setup like this is it take out the prior day's high. Okay. So what I typically will do, we'll just put an alert in there and see if it takes it out. Okay, there's my touch in the INDI. So hopefully this thing will bounce off this area that it's been bouncing off of. Sorry guys, doing a little bit of a kind of liking this right here. May make a little tiny position. Nice little daily here. And you see it keeps bouncing off this 10 period moving average. But I don't know. I don't know. Market's ugly heading into a weekend, but that's typically something that I would eyeball, buying right there. All right. No, no, no. There won't be, Bill. There won't be any sessions starting on Monday, but we will have this launched. So you will be able to go to the docked window. But unfortunately, yeah, we're just trying to, put everything together. So we probably will probably hold. It'll probably be about a week or two after we launch this. So this will definitely be out next. I did take a small position in this one right off this 10 period moving average. Uh, yeah, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll definitely have a webinar to go along with this to help people with ideas, that we're looking at. Uh, ACHR, not really doing anything, just a little pop there. It's the thing about these races when the market's in a ugly tape like it is today. uh, a winner may not have to move that much to win a race. Yeah, yeah, I think it's going to be really helpful, to give people some ideas about swing trading. I think more people want to do that. The race window, okay, good question, Davis. What it's doing is taking this top list. Okay, so you can take any top list that you have and you can run a race. Now I have this set up on a 30-minute race since it's not really a intraday, explosive move. This is more of a kind of a want to look at these ideas over time. So there's no reason to set up a 10-minute race on something like this. So what it does, each time the race start, everything resets, and it will take this top list and it will put the top 10, I believe it's 10, yeah, 10 cars based from change from the open. It will start a race. And what it'll do from the time that you start the race, which can be any time throughout the day, it will track the winners from that time throughout the whole 30-minute race. So in other words, you can see, we'll watch right here. It's going to switch in about another minute and a half. So what'll happen in a minute and a half, this will all these cars will go back to the starting line, and then it will track the movement from that point. So it's a great way to see movement intraday, because let's face it, when you're looking at a top list, you cannot see, like, if a stock that's, let's see, 7 or 8 cars down all of a sudden starts making a move. You're not going to see it in the top list, but this race will visualize it for you. It's just a great visualization tool. And I tell you, Barry, I think Barry's using them now with his watch list, and a lot of the guys are using these, especially in the early morning, to get some ideas. I hope that did that kind of clear it up for you there, Davis. You'll see it's going to start over here in about 25 seconds. So you'll see what I'm talking about. Like right now, the market, like I said, ugly tape. This is really the only stock that's kind of been moving up over the last 30 minutes, and it hasn't done much. But you can see it's gone from probably 5 cents is all it's done. In a bull tape, okay, when you have a bullish tape, and here it's starting over now. So now maybe if we're getting a little bounce in the market, we may see something here. But as long as the market's ugly like this and trending down, it's probably not the best conditions to be showing you this. But we'll see what happens. But basically, every car has been restarted. Okay, you have the top 10 from whatever my sort is, and it's It's changed from the open, even though I have changed from the closing here. It's doing change from the open. So all these top cars right here are listed now. If one of these start making a move from the bottom, it will replace another car in the race. So it's a nice little feature we added onto that. So it's just not keeping the same 10 cars. So if somebody else starts making a move, they'll pop into the race, taking out the lowest ranked car. Okay, this is a pretty nice chart here for this one right here. It's actually up on the day, boy, strong. That's what you call relative strength. Market is selling off, but this one is holding up firm. Yeah, it's just an ugly tape, guys. There's not a whole lot happening. Now, if we were running some races, you can also run races to the downside. So there's a feature in there that you can, and I can promise you there's some movement to the downside today. Great question, Gwen. Looking at the high float chart, does the days to cover make a lot of difference? It doesn't. A lot of people confuse what days to cover actually means. Honestly, I would trade more the technicals on the chart than I would the days to cover. Uh, I think it takes it's a formula, I think, based on average daily volume and percentage that is short, and it kind of estimates if all the shorts were to get out, approximately how many days it would cover. It's not that these shorts have to cover during that time frame. They have no way of knowing that when somebody has to cover. So it's kind of a confusing uh, data point, and honestly, I would just say don't pay any attention to that. A lot of people get caught up on that the days to cover. The best thing to do is when you're looking for short squeezes, look for technical breakouts on volume. That's when you really get some nice squeezes going on, like you see like in GameStop and AMC. Those can really get violent when they get going. But honestly, I don't know the exact definition of days to cover, but I know it's not what a lot of people think. A lot of people think, oh, the shorts only have 13 days to cover. That's not the case. Okay, it's more of a formula based on averages and different data points. Well, let's take a look at where we may be heading. See, yeah, I think now it looks like the spies has a little bit of not really, it's through that. Looks like the spies may have a date with this 200-day moving average. Qs, boy, breaking their 10. They really need to hold this level. This is kind of a pivot level right here. If you kind of go back on the chart and you see a couple of wicks several times through there. Got through it. Now it really needs to hold this below, because below this thing can, easily drop down to the 50. IWM, yeah, kind of the same thing. Looks like it may want to come down to the 20 here. Highs back to lows. Yeah, not a lot of continued momentum today, that's for sure. Any thoughts on Tesla? Yeah, I think uh, holding up well, for sure. You can see, obviously, just looked at all the major averages and they were below their 10 one. This is still quite a bit of ways from its 10 period moving average. Definitely not something I would buy here, in my opinion. But what I would look for is maybe a move back down to this 10 period moving average. This can be a very, a momentum stock. So I'm going to create a price alert right here, and I would not be surprised to see it, come down and maybe meet this 10 period moving average, but holding up okay. You know, Actually, some people would call this a nice little bull flag there. So uh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Gwen. Uh, very, uh, very strong. Anytime you have a move, okay, like this right here, basically, what is that? Probably a 20, 30, 25% move over a series of days. And then, boy, usually when you get a bar reversal, you'll get a pretty quick reaction, but this is actually holding up very well. Yeah. But once again, not something, I'd buy definitely in this market. But I tell you what, if this thing goes sideways and then you do get a bar reversal, this could really get going. What happened to my sector and my watch? Yeah, I just lost this one. I don't know why. This top list is doing fine. This top list is doing fine. Not sure why. Oh, there it came. Just had a little hiccup. Snap was having a good morning. Feels like this thing wants to go, but just under pressure with all the ARC is doing. It's hanging on, not too bad. All right. It is Friday, guys. It's Friday, and markets kind of had a run over the last several weeks, so just not a whole lot to do unless you're good at shorting. Energy stock still hanging on pretty good, even though oil is not doing all that well. Yeah, let me see if I remember. Gosh, always adding features, and man, let me see. You can have a dark theme. Okay, I think that's the only availability. You go down to properties, and we have a dark theme. And actually, we do. I take that back. We do have. You can make different coloring. If I can remember how to go there. Well, when in doubt, go to the uh, user guide. Where's that user guide at? Okay, user guide. Guys, everything is in this. You cannot miss it. It's everything. So you just come in here. We'll go to charts, and I'll drop this link in here, and it'll tell you everything you need to know about charts. You're going to probably have to select chart style. Yeah. So yeah, this the color you can do different color schemes, and this will walk you through everything. You can choose your different color schemes. They just put it in a little bit different style than it did. So I'll share this with you. I'll drop this in there, and that way you can get directly to it, and that will get you going there. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, guys. Any questions? I got about 15 more minutes left, maybe a little more. So if any questions, just please ask. Yeah, there's some stocks in the eye that are holding up pretty good today, considering all the ugliness. Oh, another thing we'll be doing too is we can add these things on the fly. So uh, I think it'll be too much work for me. I thought about maybe just putting a few stocks in here to get, like this Indie, for example. I mean, what I could do is just put price alerts. In other words, not add them to the eye, because I'm afraid a lot of people are going to come in and start trading a lot of these and not remember, hey, watch the market, keep an eye on the market, always trade the market first, and just start, jumping in a lot of these. So what I thought about doing is just putting price alerts, and when the price alerts go off, I can enter these, into the eye really quickly. It's take about 30 seconds for it. It's the top list is it would take 30 seconds once I put it in there for the refresh to come around, and then you would see it in here. So we may be doing stocks like that instead, some stocks, obviously in the early, you know, uh, in pre-market, I usually will add all the stocks in about 30 minutes before the bell. So, but I may eliminate some of these ones that we're looking for a key level. I may hold off on those and add those in real time on the fly to keep people kind of, out of trouble, help maybe, and focused on the ones that are working. This would have been a great day to do that on, just a down day like this. No sense in trying to rush in and buy a whole bunch of stuff. All right, Scott, in the trader's eye, will there be a list for a count how many days a stock has been on that list in a row? It's a good question. The drawdown when you're using a global symbol list like we're doing right here is obviously the list is going to change, every day. Like, I had EVGO on there. We started experimenting around it with this a couple of weeks ago, and I had the EVGO, back on this, this day right here. I stuck it in there that morning, and you had a nice little move. Well, I also stuck it in there today because the pattern was setting up again, looking good. It looked like it wanted to break out. Tried, had the market uh, continued with, was a strong day. This would have been could have been a very powerful move, but unfortunately it got caught by the tailwinds, the downdraft of the market. So it didn't work. But to answer your question, that's going to be very difficult to do. Now, obviously we're keeping a list. See, we're going to be keeping a list, and you're going to see, but probably what you're going to need to do, there's no way for us to, our technology just doesn't allow us to do this to where it's convenient for you, where you can go in and look at a history, because these symbols change every day. So you can't go back into history. If you try to go back into history, it's going to give you the same symbols that you're looking at today. So what I would recommend, you can copy and paste from any, so maybe get you a sheet, Excel or Google Sheets, whatever you want to do. And then all you have to do is each day is take these symbols and you can copy them. You can actually export them, or you can, easiest way would be, let's see, you can't use the send to function, unfortunately. So you're probably just going to have to do save content, and then you can export them. You can export them into an Excel file. Because I don't think we're going to be able to. I wish we could, so it'd be easy for us to kind of track our ideas. But for now, that's the only way you'll be able to do it. But I tell you what, if you're serious about trading, I would probably do that, because there's going to be a lot of symbols in here. I think Steve had TGB in here, for 4 days now. So even though it was in there today, theoretically, if you're trading this and you took a swing position right, here, I know it's only $2 stock, so it's not that big of a move, but still, you'd still be in this trade. I'm trying to think of another few that was in there. That was a good call. Twitter on 317 was right here. This is the 17th. Look at that move. Okay. So if you're, playing this and it breaks above this high, you're in this thing from $35. Look how much alpha you got over a couple of weeks there. It went all the way to, almost 41. So I would, Yeah, I think it'd be wise. You're welcome. Yeah, I think it'd be wise for you to just track these on your own. Now, granted, here's the deal. Let me explain to you. Okay, when we put these names in here, okay, we're our logic is that we think these stocks have a high probability of being higher in the next few days. Okay, but once again, everything is dependent on market condition. Okay, I'm expecting a much more difficult market this year, as we've seen in the past, because we've been on an incredible bull run, but just I don't just the way everything's kind of setting up, and with all the macro events and hyperinflation, and I think something that I may have held, 5 to 7 days in the past. Maybe now I'm only holding for a couple of days, just because I know it's going to probably be, a tough market. Well, it's like today. There was a lot of good. I mean, these were pretty much. I was incredible. These were pretty much all green. Hour after the open. Now, so there was opportunity there, but the market obviously just didn't play ball with us, which is fine. And don't feel like you have to take every trade. There was a couple of really good setups in here, like that BTU, uh, TGB that's been in there for a few days. This one is one I would rather see break above, do a bar reversal here. So one I'll probably stick an alert right here. And this is what you guys should be doing too. When you see these ideas, put price alerts in areas that you think would be a good buy. Don't just rush in and buy these things. All right. Yeah, look at these races, man. Guys, the races can tell you a lot. When you see leaders in a top list after 25 minutes of the race, still, at the starting gate, it just tells you, be careful. There's not a lot of, uh, profitability to the upside right now. It's just, it's slim pickings. It's Friday. It's an ugly market, and it's definitely taking a breather. So, if you're entering a swing trade, that's fine, but do it with small size. You can always add later. Hey, perfect circle. How you doing? Yes, thank you. Yeah, I hope you have a great weekend as well. Got killed on XPON. Oh man, well, yeah, I don't do new issues. That's a tough one. Sorry to hear that, Pete. Yep. Yep. You live and learn. I've never been one to trade uh, new issues because they can be so wonky. But some people are good at it, just not my bag. But you're right. Live and learn. Oh, it's a SPAC. Is this a SPAC? It has to be. These SPACs, they get to moving. They look like they moved a lot, but it's only gone like 9 cents. It doesn't mean they can't get going though. Some decent volume coming in. All right, I have to get that StreamYard back on. See how I have to exit out of here, and when Barry takes over, I think he just starts sharing, and then I just got to close
Andy,
it
do you
out.
want me to take over?
Yeah, well, if you want to, let me see. All I have to do, I think I just have to close it out, right?
I don't think you have to do anything. I think
Okay.
I think I just have to add my stream and yeah, we're done. So
Okay.
you don't have to do anything because if you ever want to pop back in, your stream is still there. You just have to click on it.
Got it. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Barry. You
Okay. You
guys
can
have
say goodbye to the to the people if you want.
yes, yes. Have a great weekend, people. We'll
Okay.
talk to you on Monday. Bye bye.
Pete Santos Jr. Are you still there? Hi Mike. Just looking to see if Pete is there because he says he got killed on XPON. And if he's still there, I'd like to talk to him. Maybe he's gone. All right. So what is happening? Seeing that, yeah, agree. You guys are talking about agree. I'm noticing it's in the momentum up. Another one of these low float situations. Actually, I didn't see it at all. I mean, had earnings after hours yesterday, zero reaction. Okay. Look at that. No reaction. No reaction pre-market. Oh, you're in this room here. Okay, Pete. Like Pete, I hope you understand. I mean, it's a fine line what I do in this room. Okay, I have to appeal to all sorts of different trading styles and traders. So, with this XPON, I mean, yeah, there's a part of me that says, you know what, Barry, just do it on your own. Don't even mention it. It's hard for me to do that though, because I mean, I know there will be people, and I was trying to really say, you got to be careful. Got to be careful. I don't know where you got in. Maybe you took it right at the high, but I'm really sorry that you got killed on it. Well, it may not be my fault, but I sort of feel badly because yeah, I know. I mean, I talk about a stock, and you can see what I'm talking about. You can see that, yeah, man, oh man, if this ever really went, it would really fly, which it did for a while, but it all depends on when you get in and out. Got to have your stop loss. But in a stock like that, I mean, it may have blown through a stop loss even. You didn't follow your stop. Okay. Then if you if you didn't follow your stop, then I'll sort of wash my hands of it then. But I do understand. Meanwhile, again, highly risky, GREE, again, interesting though. I mean, it released earnings after hours yesterday. There's the move area, no reaction. This morning, no reaction. Really not a lot of reaction even at the beginning. And then it just took off. Interesting because didn't see this at all. Now, what does it have for room? Yeah, just a little too late, obviously. Whoa, I'm not in the MRSN anymore, but that still is working nicely. So anybody who held it, it popped. You know what? I mean, I got out of it mainly because I was going to take my break. There was really no reason to get out. Okay, but the MRSN, you know what? It's a heck of a play. I mean, seriously, on a percentage basis, I mean, I got in around right here, right there, 444. Even if you'd waited to 440, and if you read it, if you wrote it down until that 417, because there's really no reason to get out until here. So from 440 to 417, yeah, that's a great little percentage move on a day where I'm not seeing things like this of the things that I'm following. I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Trade with stop loss. Is investor observer say sell BLBX? I have no idea what you're trying to say. And then this morning, trying to understand what you're trying to say here. Oh, okay. Well, BLBX. Well, we looked at this. I had an alert set just over 4, never triggered right there. You can see it never triggered. This was not shortable for me though. Interactive brokers, not shortable. Okay, so Blue Moon, I mean, I'm not the I would probably, if you're just starting out, maybe put, yeah, a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. I mean, that's not what I do, but to make it really simple and it's a definable number, the low, if you get in, assuming that you've been able to check all your boxes, so it's a trade you do want to take. I mean, that sounds crazy. If you're taking the trade, obviously you want to take the trade, but make sure that you check all the boxes. And so when you get into the trade, it is something that meets your trading plan and style. And then, I mean, as Real says, the easiest thing to do is put a stop at the previous 5-minute low of the previous 5-minute candle. With the caveat being, what if the 5-minute candle previous is a very, very uh, like wide candle, your stop may be too long or too might be too much. So, I mean, so it's not necessarily an absolute that you just take the stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That may be one of the reasons why you wouldn't check the box, because you look at your stop and it's too wide, as an example. So, you might want to try that, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, and see how that works. And that's why I keep saying, not just to you, Blue Moon, but practice in the simulator. Practice all of this. I mean, I tend to be a more visual person. I tend to look at a chart, no less than say a 5-minute chart, size up where I think there is a support level. And so if it broke down through that level, that's where I put my stop. But if you're new, really simple, then just put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. I mean, it's because it's there's no guesswork. There's no, well, I wonder if that's support or not. That's a definable number. Okay, bounces aren't easy. I mean, Blue Moon bounces, and trying to time a bounce and trying to time a top. It's not easy. It's not the easiest thing to do. So, you know, and I'm not a big bounce player. I'm not a big top player. I mean, it's that simple. Take a look at the VIR as an example. Now, this is from, Zach's bounce scan at 2488. So what has it done so far? Okay, so it hasn't bounced yet, but look what it's doing. On a 5 minute chart, look what it's doing. To me, I mean, if it got over 2512, I'll stick an alert there. That might get me into the trade. Okay, I'm just watching, see how it's just kind of, and this is what I'm talking about. This is from Zach's bounce scan, 2488, and that's at 1231. Look what it's done since then. It really hasn't moved. 1288, it's at 2494. So, now I've come late to this because the alert happened at 1231, so it's over half an hour away. But now looking at it, I would just be putting an alert just over 12, or sorry, 1225, and see if it takes it out. The other thing though that I'd be watching is I'd like a little market help. Help doesn't mean that you have to get a bunch of green candles in a row, but I don't want to see the market drifting down either. Okay, so a little bit of market help, even if it just sort of stays here. So that's how so that's how I be looking at it. And as far as holding, well, again, when I'm looking at a 5 minute chart, I mean, the fantasy level, the absolute fantasy level that it could get to would be about $1 away, right? 25.97. Look at the 5 minute chart and look where there is, a bunch of action right up here, just underneath 26. So this becomes, for me, this becomes something that has got a good risk reward. And notice very few alerts. I mean, that's going to help also. Having fewer alerts so you can concentrate on just fewer stocks. If you are somebody who wants to play bounces or topping, bouncers or toppers. And this, of course, is what was this one doing? Well, I mean, this was a stock that got all the way up to 141 at one point, so it wasn't beaten up horribly. Well, again, I mean, if you take the trade, you can try the low of the previous 5 minute candle. Try it. I mean, I don't know. There's no hard and fast rule. But if you take the low of the previous 5 minute candle, as long as it's not, I mean, let's just say I took this trade right now with VIR. So the low of the previous 5 minute candle is 2482. That's not bad. It's only what 20 cents away. Okay. But what if that candle was like way down here, down to 2450? I wouldn't take the trade then, because if I'm going to put my stop at the low of the previous 5 minute candle, for me, that's just too wide a stop for me. But I would practice. I would, use our simulator, take some trades, use the low of the previous 5 minute candle. Now, if you're getting stopped out all the time, I mean, you have to examine why you're taking the trade in the first place, right? Remember, all the boxes have to be checked. I mean, why did I take the MRSN trade? That was a topping. Now, that wasn't on Zach's scan. It was on another scan I had. But I looked at this. To me, it looked pretty parabolic. I mentioned, I said that I think that stocks under $5, the 50 cent level can be a bit of a barrier to get through as much as the whole number. So I watched it. I saw what it did. It got up to what, 446, and it just was hanging around this area. I said, you know what? If I take this trade, which I got in at 444 in the short, I've got a very tight stop, 6 cent stop. Now, had I used this as Well, remember, I'm going long. I'm shorting this one, so that's an interesting dilemma. If I had taken it here at 440, there would have been my stop. But that's how I analyze that particular topping trade. But everybody's different. Look at the VIRR. I am not going to assume it's going to break here. I'm going to stick to my rule, my plan, if you will. Okay. And because we've got 1, 2, 3, 15-minute candles, basically at 20, what is the price here? 25.10 or so. So I have an alert there. So I don't really have to watch it anymore. Okay. I've got my price alert set, so I can move on. If I get the alert, it's going to pop up on my screen and I'm going to see it. Now, it doesn't absolutely 100% mean I'm going to take the trade, but I want to see what's happening if it does get to that level, as an example. Now I just move on. Nice. GME looks like it is poised for another fall, especially if it takes out the low here. It's $4 away, but let's put an alert there and see if that falls. I love it, Zach. I love what you say about that. I find it hilarious. By the way, what happened to the marijuana stock? Somebody said they're cratering again. MJ? No, this was in trade ideas. A couple of traders were talking about, yeah, look at this. Untradable. In my opinion, these are untradable. Okay. You either, this is the sort of thing in which you say, okay, I believe it's going to pass, or I don't believe it's going to pass. To me, this is just untradable. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the easiest thing, I mean, this is not for me. This is what real, talks about the low of the previous 5-minute candle. But remember, you have to take you just can't take any trade and say, okay, I'm going to take this trade and then my stop is at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. You can get stopped out all day because you have to be taking a trade that makes that again meets your trading style, meets your plan, and all that. That's why I constantly talk about the boxes that have to be checked. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have 100 things checked, because if you do that, you'll never take any trade. But that's why you have to practice. No, JK, it didn't really go from. It's a April Fools. This is a chart we designed specifically for April Fool's Day. Okay, and it didn't really happen. kidding. Of course I'm kidding. Yes, it did. I mean, VIR, I mean, listen, the problem is that the market is moving down. Okay, that's the problem. I mean, if the market just stopped moving down and base a little bit and just again doesn't have to be moving up, but just stop moving down, this would probably make this VIR a lot better. But right now the market's moving down. So that's the other aspect. I mean, you've got to also watch to see what the overall market is doing. You want to go long something? Well, it better be fantastic in terms of every box you check because the market is moving against you. Conversely, you want to go short something, probably right now is not a bad idea. Now look at the VIR. Okay, it is getting close and close. Now I did notice a couple of his bouncers. It didn't really matter, what the market was doing. I think the Juniper and the NVST didn't really matter. Oh, I've got my sound alerts off. There we go. No, I don't have rules for trading like that. Because the only rule I have is on swing trades. Okay, and I'm not a big swing trader. I mean, that's the only rule I've got. And if you go into my folder, into the folder here, I don't really look at this anymore, but that folder is right here. And my 4 rules for swing trading. You can take a look at that. Okay. That's it for in terms of a rule. I'm not as regimented as say real is. Okay. I'm a little more flying by the seat of my pants. Okay. In terms of trading. I mean, my rules. Okay, guys, VIR is working. My main rule is money management for me. Always have a stop. Obey my stop. If you want to call that a rule. I'm waiting to see if VIR gives us another pop. I am in it. Okay, I am in it. It did take that 2510 out, but I'm very wary about what the SPY is doing. Dano, no. I mean, you can have no. You're talking about, for instance, here. As an example, the 10-day daily breakout. So that you see GRE over and over and over again. So you would want to see it the fifth time it hit here? No. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a Momo scanner or not. I mean, you're talking about anything that repeats the alert over and over again every time, say it makes a new high. You can't say, yeah, well, let me know the fifth. I mean, listen, you can do something, but I don't think it's exactly what you're looking for. You can use the count filter, okay, and you can say, alert and put the count filter at a minimum of say 20 as an example. So you wouldn't see it until it hit the 20th new high as an example, but that may not be what you're looking for. So in other words, this is what I'm saying, the count filter, okay, the count. So if you added that filter, and there are people I think that might use the count. I don't use it really anymore. But well, actually, I do use it in here. I'm sorry, I do use it in here. So I will not get an alert, for instance, here, and that's why I don't get too many alerts here. I think I have a count of 40 or something. Yeah, 45. In other words, I won't see a stock until it makes 45 new highs, as an example, or 45 new lows, as an example. Okay, but if you're asking the system to say, okay, um, the breaking down, breaking up. Okay. Tell me the 10th time this happened. No. I mean, these are momentum scanners. I mean, really, they're all basically momentum scanners, but all right. Well, VIR is working, guys. So you saw my analysis of this, not taking the trade unless it got up to this level. Okay, so it was chopping around for a while, did try to guess a bottom. Yeah, NCNO, that just showed up on the exact scanner also. On a Now, is it shortable? It is shortable. Lots of shares available, interactive brokers. So this showed up on the topping scanner. Wow, actually VIR has worked great. My best Tony the Tiger. All right, let's see if we can yeah, see on a 5-minute chart, you see here would be the problem, right? If you well, of course we're talking about going long, but if you pick this trade right now, there's the high, the 5-minute candle, 26 46 77. We're talking about taking it on a short. Okay, this is from Zach's topping plays. So, that would be the high of that previous candle. Could you do that? Try it. Do it in the simulator. But the problem is that this candle hasn't closed yet. So until this candle closes, there's no trade, in my opinion, anyway. And what time is it? It's 1:26. So this still has 4 minutes to close, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds to close. And that would be an awfully tight stop if you took it right here also, I mean, on a $46 stock, 46.65, and putting a stop like literally 10 cents away. I mean, that's a really tight stop. And the thing is, and on something like this, you look here and you think, well, okay, the support is way down here on 46, well, way down, 46.20, it's 40 cents away. So I mean, if you took this trade, I'm just going to do it. I mean, let's just take 100 shares, just, sell at the market. What's the spread like? Spreads, no, actually, the spread is not good. Probably not a good example. All right, now we'll put the stop at the high of that previous candle, 46.45. I'd say 46.75. Not 56. Come on, Barry. 46.75. Practice, okay? That's why we have a simulator. You can practice. See how that stop kind of works. Mr. Perfect Circle, go ahead. All right, take a look at GREE. How many shorts are available at Interactive Brokers? There are lots of them, 750,000. Boy, look at the volume coming in. Is there news on this one? Trading higher after the company. So that's 1247 reported Q4. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. So they did release earnings after hours, but to zero reaction. None. Zero. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, right here, there's the move area. No reaction. No reaction this morning. Market had to open before we got the reaction. Oh, I have no idea. Perfect circle. That I have no idea on. If I run trade ideas on my iPhone using a Chrome browser, I mean, I don't know what you'd be doing on an iPhone with trade ideas. I mean, couldn't really see anything, but will it alert me? Yeah, I have no idea. Best bet is to go to our homepage and ask that question. I have no idea. I don't know too many people running trade ideas on a phone, but you can always ask that question. Oh, guys, sort of worked. See the NCNO now coming into this support area. So, I mean, if I had taken this trade for real, I would have taken more shares, of course. Now, maybe I want to cover it, just flatten it out because to me, it's getting, it was still a little, I probably would have waited till got closer to 46 if it did. But that right there, 46.20, you see where it touched on the 5-minute chart? Take a look at a bigger chart. And all we're doing right now is just going over the mechanics of all this, okay? Get this a lot bigger. So you see, look where it touched. Look where the bottom is, right there. I mean, basically right there. That would have been my first area of thinking, I wonder if we can get through there. If we could have got through there, then right down to 46 is where all the support was. You don't have to email them. Perfect. You just have to click that link and ask the question. You'll get more of an instant answer if you do that. All right, Bohr, BORR. So that has taken out 407. That was the high a few days ago. I mean, this has obviously got some room. 572 on the monthly chart is the next high. Shady's rad from a couple of days ago. I mean, look at this. That was the day he called it. Yesterday, another down day. Today, another down day for RAD. This is getting almost to be an all-time low. This will show up. This is almost the all-time low for RAD. Wow, Rite Aid. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'm just making an adjustment to one of my scans. All right, for you DWAC followers, DWAC, only reason I say this is I have a thumbnail. So you see what it's trying to do here? Maybe break out of here, maybe. For you DWAC followers. What's XPON doing right now? All right. Well, what I'm going to do is set an alert up in this area here, 868, and see if it starts to run again. Breaks out of this right here. See if it starts to run again for a late day break. A lot of volume came into BORR on that break, guys. BORR. Not in this one. Don't touch it. Yeah, that's right, Pete. Don't touch it. Well, I hope there's something exciting happens. Right now, I don't see too much. Not getting too many new alerts. All right, guys, here's sort of a new one that just showed up. The original alert for NGM. I'll type that in because I want to see this. NGM was at son of a gun. When was it? 12:56 at 17:07. That's from my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, but let's take a look left. It just doesn't seem like it's got enough room. 1720 is the high here. 1720 is the high there. We're going back to February. The high looking left on the monthly chart is well, actually 1914 is the high. Actually, this might have some room, guys. The NGM may have some room because the next high, yeah, that monthly high is the same as that. Sorry, the weekly high is the same as the monthly high. 1914. It's the same as this one, 1914. So I would be keeping an eye on this NGM. The spread like it's an 8-cent spread. Well, that one certainly is. I would say I don't know about the other two, but that one certainly is. Definitely, you're talking about, oh, I'm sorry, looking at that on the 5 minute for sure. I don't know. Certainly in the 5 minute, that's a doji, definitely a doji there for green. Yeah, the Mad Monster, if you don't see it, then there's no way. There's no option then. If you don't, if like those are fixed, there's no way to adjust it. I don't use the MACD, but let me just take a quick look at it. I mean, this is classic. What you see is what you get. You can't make any adjustments. So, I don't use MACD at all. So, I mean, this is it. If you're looking to sort of make an adjustment to this, you can't do it. Sorry. Guys, I just mentioned the DWAC. The DWAC's on the move. The DWAC is on the move. DWAC. Just mentioned it, breaking out of this area right here. So I know a lot of you follow it, so just thought I'd give you a heads up. All right, real on the green. Real on the green. Notice real doesn't say take the trade. He says if the top has been put in or something like that, these are your levels. You have to make up your own mind. I'm sorry. Peter Schiff has been one of the most outspoken critics of Bitcoin. Through perseverance and dedication, he has managed to be wrong about Bitcoin for nearly a decade. Now he's going to give a talk. The stuff you can dig up. Mm, son of a gun. I don't know how I missed these. This one. Okay, BKE 3142, 3142. I missed that one too. I think I have. Sometimes you know what happens. I mean, I miss these. I have a sound alert on them, but something else must have competed with it. Now, how about the TIMB? We'll just do a timber. Okay, look at that, 1544. Okay, very parabolic. Lifetime high though. So let's watch this one. The only issue, there's no it's a lifetime high. Only 56,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So probably many firms don't have a lot of shares to short. Of course, you know, when you get into a short, you like to see a lot of shorts available because other brokerages, of course, will pile in maybe. Yeah, LGVN is starting to get frisky again. LGVN, guys. Thank you, Sarah. I do have, see, I've got all these, some of these things I've got thumbnailed. Okay. That's why I just sort of glance left on my other monitor and check some of these thumbnail charts. I mean, it looks like it is trying to break out it got all the way up to 1682. And believe it or not, there was still room. I think the next high was on the weekly chart, I believe was about 1960. No, right, 1925. Yeah, so 1925 on the weekly chart is still the next high. So I mean, there is. Oh yeah, agree is awesome. Thank you. Well, both of you, I guess, real for pointing out the potential areas. And that's right, teamwork, teamwork. So there goes the timber, guys. Blue collar. Are you still in the room? Blue collar. For those of you looking at GME, I mean, this is almost the low of the day now, and we are getting closer to that 200 day. I mentioned blue collar because he follows GME pretty religiously. No, I'm not in this one. It went too quick. Wow, there it goes, guys. I mean, there's GME now at the all-time low of the day. GME low of the day. Now, the next area would be down here. 156 is the low of yesterday. I mean, I just think it's absolutely nonsensical that it did what it did based on they want to, they want to do this forward split, take 300 million shares, turn it into 1 billion, and then do a forward split. Or actually, I guess take the 300, turn it into a forward split to get to a billion, drop the price, market cap's the same, make it more affordable. I guess, I mean, that's the theory behind it. Oh, who knows, Poe? Who knows? I mean, look, the whole conspiracy theory about GME is that there are billions upon billions upon billions of shares short that are not being accounted for. That's the conspiracy theory. So I don't even I have no idea what would happen. They say that short float number is should be 300%, 400%, 1,000%. Yeah, the only thing about the LGVN, I said earlier, the market was highly skeptical of this one yesterday because it's only a phase one. It's Alzheimer's, yes. So, obviously, let's hope, but it's only a phase one study. And for it to do what it did, so you're almost thinking, like, I don't know, KJ, if you're talking about swinging it, or I'd be very careful. They could spring a financing at any time. I'd be just very careful. That's all. If this were phase three, all right, maybe. Oh, I've just multi-day or intraday. Sorry. Like, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. Been really following this. Oh, you mean oh my on the way down? Oh wow. Can I lie, Zach? Yes, I took 10,000 shares short. No, I didn't get it. I'm still concentrating on the GRE. If I had any well, if I had any of what I need, I would be shorting this GME. Where's blue collar? Where are you? Oh, Bluetooth just disappears. Just give me a moment. Well, let's see. Can you take out? It got down to 11. I've covered some, of course, but I'm now want to see if this can take out 1107, the low here. All right, guys, this LGVN is getting more interesting even to me now. Holding that 15 well. Low float. So those who don't want to trade a low float stock. Okay, 1107. Okay, let's start play the induced downward game. Too distracted here. The NGM was awesome. I mean, it had a little pullback here, but the alert was at 1707. 1747 now. NGM, guys, NGM. Low float, 24 million. All right, LGVN, guys, just made a new high, I believe. Briefly. Was that NGM? There it goes. There goes LGVN, guys. There goes LGVN. Whew. And there it really goes. Look at this. Look at the volume that came in. They say, guys, sometimes, these setups happen later on in the day that are even better than earlier on. In my opinion, anyway. Just waiting on the green now to see if it takes out 11. What a candle. What a candle on that for LGVN. Look at the volume coming in. Volume. Okay, wow, there it is. There's the green now below, briefly anyway, below 11. No, my thing about the LGVN was right around here. Okay, I mean, just look right around here, this 15, 20 mark. 1545, a little bit late for me to have taken that. So it was right here. I mean, the high right there is 1518, I think, 1520. So for me, just a little bit over that was what inspired me, shall we say. And what happened yesterday? It's all about what happened yesterday and this morning. That's all traders are looking at. Could this be a magnet? And the next highs looking left are way up here on the weekly and the monthly chart. It's all about looking left. Oh man, it turned out great. That's why, I have some thumbnail charts, stocks that, the day before and, today. I'm always glancing, always glancing. So sometimes I'm not getting an actual alert, but I'm looking at these charts. All right, guys, I've taken most of my gree out. I don't know if it's going to get down under 11 again. So I've taken most of my gree out, covered it. Actually, I should ask you guys, Pepe, are you in our YouTube room also? How's that noise canceling? Noise canceling didn't seem to work in the YouTube room. Just a question. So for those of you in the YouTube room, do you get a lot of background noise, or is it muted like it is in the main room? I know it used to drive real crazy when I was tapping on. Now I can tap on my desk all day long now. It's like the main room. Perfect. Thank you, Pepe. Excellent. So I will, this is definitely an endorsement for this. And if you guys are looking for noise canceling software, that's it, crisp.ai. Now, if you're not on a mic like me, it doesn't really matter, I guess, but no, they're not paying me. The NVIDIA, no, I have an old driver or something. I have GeoForce. It works with RTX. I have GTX, and I spent an hour trying to download the right driver. I thought I was, and it kept saying, "Sorry, you're incompatible, incompatible, incompatible." So I said, "The heck with it." So I spent $60 for this, and it works. So that it works for me. Tell you what, guys, these have been the gold plays today from Zach Scan. Not too many alerts, okay? But look at these bounces. Now the market obviously kind of helped here, but look at the BKE. I didn't take these. Too distracted. But 31. I mean, it hasn't bounced an incredible amount. This could still keep moving. 31.42, 31.69. This one had a huge bounce, I think. 30.37, a dollar. Now, yeah, the spread's not terrible. And of course, we had that little bounce in the VIR, but these ones on the way down, the tops, have been working really well. I always find they work better later on in the day, in the afternoon, when things have had a great chance to set up all day. That's my opinion. Oh, it didn't work for you, Pepe. Okay. And I know you know computers, so that makes me feel better. Wow, man, oh man. Why didn't I have the intestinal fortitude to do it? I just didn't do it. GME, guys, now it's at almost at the low of yesterday. Where the heck is blue collar? He must have left. He must have left. I don't recall Hurl HRL being a newsletter. Okay. You mean in the strength alerts? Is it a strength alert? I don't really look at them. They're mainly for people who are looking for a swing. Ah, we do have the new Trader Eye. Okay. We do have the new channel. This is for kind of longer term trades, guys. These will be adjusted every single day. This is Andy, Michael, Jamie, Chris, leaving anybody out. Not really myself because I'm, they don't like the things I like. So, but the other one, are you talking about the strength alerts? Is HRL in there? Oh, I see. Yeah. So I don't go over this too much, guys, but I mean, the strength alerts, this is something, excuse me, if you have trade ideas, I mean, this, you can access it. It gets updated every Monday morning or Sunday night. And you just go to our channel, excuse me, and click on TI strength. All right. You don't have to subscribe to it. As an entry level for people maybe just wanting to get a taste of trade ideas for $17 a month, you can get it sent to you. Okay. Here is a link. Again, I don't talk about it too much because they're mainly for longer term holds. But if you're interested in the strength alerts, you can take a look at this link and it's all explained. Okay. But again, you don't have to sign up for it if you're already a Trade Idea subscriber. It's part of the package. I'm not on mute. No, I'm just not talking. It's not the radio. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2:11. Yeah, good exit for me on the green anyway. You know, it tested that whole number, looked promising, but just did not follow through. The minute it went over that whole number again, that got me concerned, and that's when I got out. I don't know, it looks pretty strong. Yeah, guys, I mean, the longer it holds, 16. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to be maybe about 5 minutes. All right. So I haven't gone anywhere, but I might be about 5 minutes. Let me just put that. What is it? 214. So maybe back around 220. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back. Oh man, was this a nice one, guys, or what? Look at this NGM. I know I mentioned it right about here, and maybe a little later, sorry, right at 17. We had the alert here. This is on the 10-day daily breakout right there at 1707. It showed up here at 1732 in the basic new highs. Different filters, so that's why this is a little earlier. How's the CVV doing? Ooh, that was ugly in the LGVN, guys. That was very ugly. Okay, that turfed me out. Made some money, but that turfed me out. Now I'm going to wait and see if it takes out that high right over there. So you got to really, really, really don't wander away from your computer. I did not wander, no way being in a trade like this, but with that float, 3.2 million in the float. How do you have that? I mean, Poe, you are kind of amazing. I follow. I see what you do. To me, that's such a tight stop for a stock that moves so quickly. But hey, good luck. Well, yeah, that's why I was saying, as far as an offering is concerned, you got to be awfully careful. For those of you who are thinking about swinging this or something, no way in the world I'd be doing that. I mean, look what this was doing for days and days and days, just hanging around this area. I don't believe it. I see is almost at an all-time high. This has been a tough one, guys. I mean, Zach told us about or suggested this one quite months ago. He's a very difficult trader. It did work eventually, but look what it's been doing ever since. Well, all right. Next on Zach's bouncers is this SLI. Now, it doesn't have news, no news. It's got a lot of room. So let's take this one with that stop, okay? Right at the market, and we'll put the stop. Previous candle was 817. Maybe I didn't. Guys, all I can say is just practice. Should have been 8:16, but okay. Just, I just put the stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Interesting, on a day where I don't see a lot happening, in terms of pure trends, Zach's bouncers and toppers has been the way to go today that I can see. They're not going to be like rocket ships or anything, but they give you good little plays on a day in which I'm not seeing for the stuff that I follow, like tremendously trending stocks. And that doesn't, I mean, somebody's going to say, yeah, but Barry, what about this one? Of course, there are some trending stocks. Don't get me wrong. So here's another one that's on his topping tail scan. So the next high looking left is 1442. So that's got a ways to go to get there. And you can just see why they make these scans. I mean, a big parabolic move. Yeah, I'll bet you did. And it's in essence, they're exactly what you had. I made a couple little modifications, I think, maybe in a minimum volume and maybe a price range, but in essence, yeah, it's the same. Whoa. But you guys were raving about VTNR earlier. Look at this now. The problem right now with ISIG, in my opinion, is the spread. 1387, 14. I mean, it's tightening up a little bit. Now the spread, because look at VTNR just cratering now. Cratering. Market is in surge mode right now, guys. Market is now, so the Dow is positive. SPY is positive. NAS is slightly negative. So bounce play should work a little bit better. Now that you've got the market on your side. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. 13, I mean, this can get very spready, this ice egg. I see 1392, 1417. I mean, that is very spready. Tough to commit for me anyway. Five-minute volume percent. Let's take a look. This is for his topper scan. Oh, you're talking about, okay, let's see what happens. So this is what Real is talking about. You can adjust it. So he's saying volume. 5 minute. Add the filter. 200%. Or a 200. Oh, you can, I'll try it. Why not? So I'm not going to get any, I'm going to see the earlier ones, but let's just see what happens. You didn't do that on the, sorry, you didn't do that on the bouncers though. Oh, you don't use the bouncers. Okay. So again, this is not a hard and fast rule, but a way to play these, because what happens is you can get an alert like here, right here, and NVST. The first alert was here at 46.67. Then you got an alert at 46.59. And obviously these are bounce plays. So, so what, and let's just say for argument's sake, maybe there was another, remember, these are bounce plays. So this is why, this is lower. The stock is moving lower. What if this said 46.44? Maybe just wait for that first alert. In other words, if the price gets back to that first alert, maybe that's where you take it. And you have a definable way of try it. All you can do is try it. Look at GME. I mean, imagine that. I'm sure that the people who bought this and pumped it up to $204 after hours yesterday, and even this morning, pre-market 195. I mean, it was still 190, and now it's 162 at GME. Who are you people that want 5-second charts? I'm just looking at Oh man, an email we're getting. Like, who wants a 5-second chart? I know there can be a bunch of hands going up, but come on. All right. Thanks for all the help, Real. Contributing as always all week, helping people left and right. Very, very, very much appreciated. Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm not saying there aren't charting programs out there that have a 1 second charts, but to it's like 1 second candles. This is what I'm not talking about real time charts. I'm talking about people who want like a 5 second candle. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's almost retraced the session for the SPY. Just about. All right, guys, it's now 2:36. So last time, just to put a stamp on the week. I did. All right. So I put in my homepage link one last time, guys. So when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code, now I don't know when it's going to disappear. It's still active. It could disappear tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So if you do want to get 25% off, this is the promo code to use, Spring Break 25. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Or plans. Yeah, forget that 15%. Why not use 25%? So the four plans, the annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Again, I'll be honest. I mean, nothing's really happening in our premium service right now. The AI, something's got to happen or be changed. That's my opinion. People ask, do I use it? I use it every now and then, but only at certain price ranges. And, for the last couple of weeks, it just hasn't produced for me. I haven't taken any trades. Monthly, standard. So, but if you want to try it, the premium service that makes that $1,500. Okay, with the 25% discount, this would be $650 for the standard. You don't have to go annual. Do not go annual if you don't know you want this product yet. If you're just thinking about it, try this out for a month. 118, 228, less than 25%. If you decide within 30 days that you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25%. You never have to take an annual if you don't want to. You want to maintain a monthly. This is what you'd pay going after the first month. You'd pay 118 or 228. Okay. Remember that discount's only good for the first month. There's nothing wrong with taking out a monthly subscription. All right. If you're just getting started with trade ideas, please click that. Let's get started. Here are all the troops at Trade Ideas. Episode 1 of 10, download and installation. This is going to take you about 30 minutes. We're almost trying to make it mandatory for people who are just brand new to the product to take it. Almost. I know there are some software programs that until you do something like this, you cannot download. I don't know if we're going to go that draconian, but like take 30 minutes for gosh sakes, okay? Just take the 30 minutes. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. After you've done that getting started, then you can dive into the user guide. And the user guide has sections. You want to learn more about alert windows and top list windows. You want to learn more about stock racing. Just click on these sections and you'll learn all about it. The table of contents, fully searchable. You can even look at the 20 introductory lessons, very quick. What is a top list, how to create a top list, alert windows. I'm not so sure this is, I'd probably just look at the 30 minutes of getting started. But this is available too. Daily support. So today, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Bit of a new format now. He's there Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday and Friday. Tuesday and Thursday, it's a little bit different, especially it's geared for new subscribers. Doesn't mean you can't come, but it's geared for new subscribers. And it's a go-to webinar. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And last but not least here, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, it's all free. What is a stock? That's how it starts. There are short videos. So again, if you're new to trading, take a look at this. All free. The only thing that's not free, my scans. Of course, you have to be a subscriber. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. Of course, a lot of scans are in the toolbar. Also, you click on new, channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. A lot of scans are in here. So if you don't want to build your own scans, you don't have to. Bottom line, a lot of information is here, education, my scans, and this. Let's get started. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay. Well, Todd, that is the AI. Okay. Can't even show you anything. There's nothing here. But when you get an alert, there's an entry, and then there's a stop. Okay. But there's nothing happening. But that you have to have. It's a premium service. Look, I'll be honest. I think this has to be revised. But that's how it will work. When you get the alert, there's an entry price, and then there's a stop. There's nothing to do. I mean, it's just going to happen automatically. That is the AI, Todd. That is the AI. Yes. So, Paul, yeah, a little overwhelmed. So, again, you can make this as hard as you want. You don't have to learn absolutely everything about trade ideas. I mean, there's docking and stuff. You don't have to learn docking. I mean, docking is cool, but it's not like it's mandatory down the road. If you want to start being able to dock, in other words, being able to do something like this, that's great, but you don't have to learn it now. I would just learn the basics. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? Take a look at my scans. Take a look at the scans that we have already created. You might see something you like. You just take it slowly. And again, trade ideas is a tool. It's a scanner. It is not going to teach you how to trade. Okay. The idea, well, that's why we call it trade ideas. These are all ideas. Doesn't mean every time I get an idea, I just hop into the trade. These are made, in this basic new highs and lows. These are meeting the filter requirements and all, but it doesn't mean just because I get an alert, I take the trade. Now is some trading experience. That's where that's going to come in. And the other thing too is that, we do really pride ourselves in the support. You've got this room every day like this. You've got the other traders between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. You have Chris Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and even Tuesday and sorry, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but even Tuesday and Thursday, 3:30 to 4:30. So you've got a lot of access to a lot of help. You send, when you ask questions using our info at trade-ideas.com, you've got some incredibly helpful people there too. Well, there goes again, guys. I'm not in it this time, but the LGVN just made a new high. I'm sorry, it did not make a new high. There's the high up here. It got through a price alert that I had. Tricky, absolutely, it's tricky. Give me a moment. Okay, so the other thing is, and we get this question a lot. What do you like these things that say Smart Stop and Target up here, Profit Target and Smart Stop? Okay, just so you know, this is automatically generated by the system. There's nothing for you to do. Okay. Now, how it's generated? It's an algorithm, takes into account I think the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds that information in, and it generates a smart stop. The profit target is no big deal. It's just double the difference between your entry and the stop, and it doubles it. In other words, a 1 for 2. So how does it happen? Well, every time I click on an alert, so there's SGLY, okay? What it's telling me is if you got in here at 12:17, your stop is down here. That's a wide stop, but I mean, it's a guide. Well, actually, yeah, that's right. It's on the daily chart too. It's a guide. That's all it is. You don't have to obey it, you don't have to follow it, but it is a guide. So it's just saying you get in here at 12:17, here's your stop, 11:50, and your target is up here. Your profit is 13.51. I never pay attention to profit targets at all. I mean, if it hit the profit target, would I get out if the trade were still working? Why would I do that? As an example. Yeah. So are you also coming? Are you a new trader also, Paul? Pall. Pal. I know you sort of. I think I probably butchered the pronunciation, but are you a new trader also? Okay, so you see, that's the deal. I mean, yes, we're a scanner, we're a great scanner, but you're also coming from from a point of being a new trader. So that's why I don't know if you took a look at the video series that Mike Anos put on in my homepage, because you should look at that also, because remember, we are a tool. Yes, the evening webinars are also helpful. Yes. They're not on here. Oh, the daily webinars. Yeah, you sign up for the daily webinars. Yes, right here. So we're on a rotation now. We used to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Thursday. Now, next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday. Okay. And there's a lot of stuff in YouTube, of course, because these are all archived, are all saved. I mean, I'm running an active trading room. The other guys are more swing traders, as an example. Okay, guys, let's see. Vine was halted and resumed. Okay. 2:35. What time is it now? Wow, 2:51. Okay. So this room will be open. The room will be open until 3:30. I'm going to put myself on mute at 3. I will be here though, so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. So if you have questions, don't be afraid to ask. Not going anywhere. I just like to, typically just give my throat a rest for a while. But listen, I am here. Then just before I do shut the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube if you want. Thank you, Cam. It's kind of fun. What makes this trade great? Today, it was a tough one. I didn't. I went off the usual path with the IPO, but I thought, okay, to show you what I think about or think. But yeah, it is. I find it more interesting for me to do it in that fashion. Actually, let's take a look to see what the IPOs are for next week. I mean, look, the X bond gave us a nice trade. I mean, it had to be quick and all that, but it gave us a nice trade, no question about it. So let's take a look at what the IPOs are for next week. Show you what I know Cam does, and this is what I do. So IPO calendar. Okay, so we have this one. We only have one next week. I don't count this one. This is a SPAC. We only have one next week. LYT, 3.3 million. You can see it's sort of like the other one in terms of the number of shares and even the price range. So this is what I do. I got something going on with my mouse. Just give me a moment, okay? I'll show you what I do. So here's LYT. There's only one next week. Now, when we get into more of an IPO season, you could have 15 or even 20 IPOs in a given week. But this is easy. Okay, so we see it's going to, in theory, it'll open on the 5th. So LYT. 3.3 million shares. Here's the range, the expected range of where it's going to open, and this is the main person behind it, or the main group behind it. So this is what I do. I put LYT. Okay, obviously it has not opened. I create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. I'll put $1. I mean, it's going to open over $1. Now, typically when I create price alerts, I don't put any notes, but in this case I will. That's how I knew when XPON started to trade and the price alert window popped up on my screen. I knew everything at a glance. I didn't have to, boy, this is an IPO. I better go back to my IPO calendar and figure out what's like how many shares and what was the price, etc. So here's what I'll do. I'll put 3.3 million. And I'll put, let's just go 4 to 7. I mean, it's 475. Let's put 4 to 7. Okay. And ages. So I know a little bit about it when it opens, and now I save it. Now there's nothing for me to do. When this starts to trade, whenever that is, if it does happen on Tuesday, see down here it is, okay? So all I do is I just minimize my window. I always have it minimized. I'm going to get rid of all these ones. So I minimize my window, and this is what I do for any price alert. I minimize my window because when a price alert happens, my price alert window pops up on my screen. I sort on the triggered time. Okay, so I'll see it right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on it. Same way you put any other sound alert, just in case I'm dozing or I've wandered away from my computer. Got a wireless headset on, so I won't miss it. I will not miss it. So you don't have to have this window up, and you don't have to have it dominating any screen space. You can just minimize it, and when an alert happens, it'll just pop up on your screen. So if you're interested in doing the same sort of thing, this is the website that I use. Okay, the IPO Scoop. And there are others out there, but this is just the one I use. All right, guys. I'm just going to put the announcement in here. Okay, so I will mute myself right now, but again, if need be, I'll hop back on the mic if I have to answer a question, okay, that requires my being on the mic, okay? Paging Chris Varley.
Yes, sir. Just setting up now.
Okay.
In fact, give me 1 second here. There, you're free. Happy Friday.
Okay. Have a good time there, Chris. And thanks for getting us rolling on the SY. That was I do like it a lot better.
Excellent, excellent.
Okay.
Hopefully it gets better from here too.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll pop the YouTube link into the other room, so I'll get them to go over to see you. Okay, bushed.
Perfect.
Okay. Have a great hour. Bye bye.
You too, Barry. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. So happy Friday. Just shy of the 3:30 mark here. Wrapping up the day. Just want to double check that I am looking right on the YouTube side of things here. I think I am. Do I sound good? Can anybody hear me? Yes. All right. Perfect. Everything looks lovely. I'm gonna check out this crisp that Barry was talking about. Remove my noise. See what that sounds like. Giving the desk a tap here. Amazing. Can't hear it. Unbelievable. Technology. What will they think of next? Next thing you know, we'll have sliced bread and people walking on the moon. So, all right, folks, open forum today. Yesterday, I think we started to make that bigger shift for the Tuesday, Thursdays to be more of that structured not Q&A, excuse me, structured beginners webinar that I'm doing over on Zoom. Of course, anybody is welcome to join it. Drop the links in. You can always give us an email to at the info@trade-ideas.com email if you want to be a part of that. But like I've said over the last couple of weeks, as I was getting ready to ramp that up, it's going to be a lot more instruction in that. For people that are really just starting up TI, not UI, TI for the first time. So anybody that does want to join those, if you haven't gotten a Zoom link for it before, right here, info trade-ideas.com. And we get you a Zoom link so you can register for that. And it's the same Zoom link each week, so you can recur for. I believe you can register for the recurring webinars that are on that, and we'll see how that goes for Tuesday, Thursdays, and we'll see if that ever implements onto the side of things. I think for now, this new streaming service that we're using, StreamYard, is what we're going to use once we've worked out the kinks, which I think really kind of happened fast this week. I think we'll have a lot more fun with this. Maybe have some other people coming into the YouTube channel here. Some different voices, different names at the same time. Mix it up a little bit. So, moving right along in life, you folks have any questions, please fire those away for me. Like I said, we'll do it open forum today. I have nothing pre-done. We'll take a stroll around the charts and see what's what for the day here. GME taken to the woodshed today. That'll happen, I guess. I don't know if you really call it taking to the woodshed, I guess. Let's see. Let's talk about it, right? We got this massive move up, right? And about a week after the earnings. I can't imagine their earnings were any good, but it is what it is. And pretty sizable gap up today, and just kind of faded the gap the whole day here. So it's down 3%. Consider on a percentage basis that $5 isn't something massive there, to be honest. Just under $5 now. Worth noting for those of you that look for patterns and things, this right here is a bear flag, true and true. For anybody that's into that sort of thing. So, all right, I'm getting the silent treatment over here. I see how it is. Take a look at some of these races that's going on right now. If there's anything interesting closing out the day here. Not really seeing anything big. Excuse me, I just want to shut some programs down here. Computer's working a little harder than it should be right now for a Friday afternoon. All right, so AKRO, nah, not much doing there. Let's see, what else do we have on these races? GREE, I believe this was a rocket ship today, right? Yeah, man. Missed that one. I gotta stop trying to trade so early some of these days and pay more attention. I mean, nice move off that 10 break right there. That was really beautiful. There's a period of time, the first couple of months, I had a lot of success with these races early on, or just racing in general early on. And I was jumping into trades pretty early. I was jumping into trades, 940, 950, somewhere around there. And was getting some great moves off of those early entries. And then recently it's been a lot of, quick move off that early entry. And if I'm not exiting the trade kind of quick, I'm handing a lot of it back. So seeing, just not that same move that I was seeing in these races on the early races, and the stuff that's coming in after 10, I'd say even after 10, 15, I'm seeing a lot more then. Got to stop locking some positions in too early in the day for me. But still some good stuff coming through these races here. DLPN, that's a lot of options volume coming in through that right now. Dolphin Entertainment. They must have done something. A lot of volume that poured through there. Help you set up for racing call options? Absolutely. Let me check out which races I have going, because I could just give you something right now and we can walk through it. Let me configure what's doing here. Sort. So no, that's not the call one. This one must be the call one. Oh, no, this is options volume. Interesting. Okay, so let's just build something together real fast. And then I can walk you through my thought process on building it. And we'll share it out. Anybody can take it. Obviously, it's intended for you, but it's share with everybody, and you folks can take it and do whatever you want with it. So we're going to start with a new top list, all right? And if you want call options, this is what I would do personally. If we want to look at stocks with call options, we're going to write call right here. We're going to put contracts, and we're going to sort by call contracts is what we're going to do. And we're going to say we want the stocks with the most call contracts at the top of this list, okay? So that's number one. Now, we can start to build the rest of the scan. So we're going to price, let's add that filter. I'm just going to start to throw some stuff in here. So if there's something you want to change or you don't like, or you prefer something different, let me know as I go along. But I'm going to go with, stocks from $4 to $100, I'll call it for right now. Let's get volume today. Let's see. I like 175,000 shares. The reason why I like 175,000 shares, because if you have something that's traded 175,000 shares by, let's say, 10 o'clock, you've got something that's, probably on track to do a decent amount of volume that day. On top of that, you might get something that was a late start on shares for whatever reason and picked up throughout the day. And so all of a sudden, if it doesn't cross that until noon, you're still gonna see that stock if it's worthy of the rest of the scan without getting out by putting something like 800,000 shares minimum for the day. We're gonna throw a relative volume filter in here. We'll go 2.5, so we'll say it's doing 2.5 times its normal volume over the last 10 days. And when I'm building races, I keep it real simple because what's going to happen is it's going to find me stocks that are between this price range with these volume metrics. Then it's going to sort them by the ones that have the most call contracts at the top. And those are going to be the stocks that race. So right now, we're going to call it call contract racing. All right. And so just as an example right now, if we look at this, I want to change the color on this real quick. Call contracts. Okay. And let's actually get that column in here too, right? We want to know what we've got for call contracts. All right, now we got what we want. All right. So now if we look, we can see all the stocks that have the most call contracts on them throughout the day here. All right, right down here, based on those metrics that we just fed it. So Tilray by far and above the rest. Tell here. All right. BlackBerry. I don't even know they're a company anymore. This thing has been crazy. All right, but here, these are your stocks with the most call contracts on the day. All right. And so now we've told the top list to find me stocks, all right, based on what I'm looking for. Now now we have to decide how are we going to race those stocks, all right? And so, do we want to race them on relative volume? Do we want to race them on change from the open or change from the close? Do we want to race them, on an RSI? Do we want to race them on a change filter, change in 2 minutes or something like that? All right, so we have to pick the filter that we want to race on and then add that as a column as well. So we could even race on the call contracts too if we wanted to. All right. So let's see. For right now, we're going to run a race like that real quick just to demonstrate what that looks like. So we go to launch real-time race. I forgot to turn something off and it's messing with my loading of everything. There we go. So we load a race window here. And we'll open it up to, I don't know, 15 lanes, hopefully. It'll let us go in and throw a 3-minute race there. We're going to base it on what do we want to race on. We said, well, let's race on the call contracts. We're sorting on call contracts and we'll race on them too. But it's the top list that's sorting on the call contracts. All right. Not the race. The race is going to sort from a delta value. All right. We're going to replace the cars in auto run. And so we're ready to go. This is only going to let me have 13 lanes like that. So let's open it up a little bit more to get 15 lanes. Just want a good data sample here, right? And we'll hit play, and away we go. All right. And you can see how the cars in their order are going to match with this over here. Tilray at the top, Tilray at the top. All right, so on and so forth. And then things will shuffle around as races restart and things move up and down the lists. So BlackBerry right now it's has the most call contracts coming in currently. All right, GREE now trying to step up to the plate. All right, Tilray, now it's trying to step up to the plate. All right, path that was moving, let's move back. And so that's what that race will look like, all right? And that's simply racing based on who has the most call contracts coming in since the race started. And red means it's losing ground to the others. We can run this race differently too. We can run this race. Whoops, I meant to run a race. Launch real-time stock race. We can run this race as well on relative volume. All right, so again, we can open that up. Let's open it up to 15 lanes, not 158, 15. Throw a 3-minute race in there. And there's relative volume because I have that as a column already in the top list. There we go. And a delta value. Replace the cars, auto run. We'll press play. And while this race will have the same cars, the way the cars will be running in this will look different. So we can see THCA, that's picking up volume. All right. GREE, same. All right. So now if anybody has questions on what or how I'm doing any of this, just let me know. All right, no questions for me. So VIV, take a look at these items here, right? And we can see, look at that volume bar that just came in here. Woof. All right. And, let's run a race a little different on this one here. All right. Let's go to the filters and let's look at volume. Let's throw a 5-minute volume column on here, all right? So we're going to show column, and now I can race on this. So we get a third race going, same exact top list, but we're racing it different in 3 different ways, and they're going to have 3 different results with these races. So again, let's get a nice data sample, 15 cars, get another 3-minute race. We're going to race on the 5-minute volume, delta value again. And for those of you that don't understand what the delta value means, what I'm essentially doing with this is I'm saying, all right, I already know that all these stocks are doing what they're doing based on the top list. What I want to happen now, trying to find a spot to put these so we can still see the charts and run other races. What I want to happen now is I want everything to start even with the race. All right. I want all these stocks to start from the same place with the race. That's why I use a delta value. I don't want them to be ahead based on what's happened in the past. I want them to all be even now. And I want to see what's happening now. So that's the way I'm doing that. Let's shrink these up a little bit this way. There we go. There we go. All right. So same top list being raced in 3 different ways right now. All right. So and look, we can see IPOD here. All right. This is racing one way. Tell and Tilray are still kind of taking the lead over here. Tell was one that got away from me today. Now PHR is taking over on the 5-minute contract, on the 5-minute volume. And so again, what we've done is we've told this the top list, find us stocks with certain volume metrics and a certain price range, and then I want you to put the ones that have the biggest call volume or the most amount of call contracts at the top. And that's all we've done. And then we've said once we've got those stocks, we want to race them in different ways. All right. So technically, even though these are all built off the same top list, they're now all individual top lists actually. So I can go into any one of these, right click and configure, and I can change everything in here. I could change the columns, I could change the filters, and it'll change this race completely, but it'll leave when I restart the race, but it'll leave this top list intact exactly the way it was, and then it would no longer be coupled with these ones here as well. So once you've built the race and you don't feel like having the top list there anymore, you don't have to have that top list open anymore. So yeah, some cool stuff with the races. It's really cool stuff that can be done with these things. So I'm going to do is this. I'm going to share the master top list with you all. I can press the right things here. All right. And you're all going to promise me that if you decide to take any of these scans, you're going to immediately save them to the cloud, because this weekend I'm probably going through and killing my cloud, and that will kill any of these scans that are in here, and they will be lost forever and ever and ever. All right. And keep in mind, each one of these that I am sharing out is slightly different. You know, I'm going to rename some of these. Configure, call racing, and rel volume. All right, so there's the top list, race 1, race 2. And let's configure this one, call racing, and 5-minute volume. And we'll give you this one too. And take them and make them your own. Change the price range if you need. If you don't like the volume metrics that I put in there, you want to sort differently, all right? But I think that's the best way if you're doing, when you're trying to make your focus options, sort on the options. Don't scan for the options. Scan for the type of stocks that you'd want to see, and then tell the scan, all right, now show me the ones that have the strongest options volume in the sense of options volume that I'm looking for. So hopefully that made sense to everybody here. There's not any questions coming in, so I wonder if I'm flying solo today, other than Todd hanging with me. That's cool. We'll do it on our own, Todd. It's Friday. Everybody's got places to be except for me. So yeah, cool stuff. Take a look at these charts. Buyout ridiculous. Chicken soup for the soul. There's a whole bunch of entertainment stocks doing stuff today. Interesting. So this had earnings yesterday, right? All right. Have you had earnings yesterday? What, in the post market? Okay. So gap up and held it today. Definitely interesting to note, though. Sure, it gapped up and it held that. Look at these tails. Look at these shadows coming down, banging around that $9 range. Really taking off, though. Some nice volume coming in. And hey, who knows? Starts to clear some of this range. You might have a swing trade here. Some range up to this level up here somewhere. That was a terrible line, but you get the idea what I'm looking at here. That was better right there. So, all right, good stuff, everybody. Someone must have a question somewhere for me. Or not. You don't have to have a question, I suppose. I just like it when you folks do have questions, especially when they're ones I can answer. Get rid of that drawing. So the market sold off today, right? Oh, no, it's up now. Is the market up or did it sell off? I can never tell anymore. All right, let's get rid of these races. We don't need all that stuff anymore. And take a look at the markets overall. Okay, so we gapped up, sold off, and recovered. Kind of, sort of. Wow, we sold off yesterday. I didn't realize how much we sold off yesterday. This is how little I've been looking at the market this past week. I knew we did. I did not realize we did this yesterday. But this is a nice tail coming down right here. And look at this, we talk about looking at places and things, all right? Come off that 420 level for now. So what I want to do is move this bar. Eventually I'll be able to grab it. Look where that tail came to. Again, I don't think these things are accidents when they land nearly so perfectly time and time again. And if you can't see what I'm talking about, look at the price action here, all through here, 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 and we come down and tag it today. And if we can hold that on Monday, I wouldn't be surprised to see us before the summer get an all-time high again. And I say before the summer because we could do it, we could do it in May. We could do it by the end of June. Who knows, what's going to happen in the world and news and all those things like that. We see how fast things can move up. We see how fast they can move down. So, but this area is still going to be tricky. That's the other thing too. This 457 and change, just below 458. This is a big, big deal, this level. We got it. We could not hold it. We gave it up yesterday and gave it up in a big way. We actually gave it up on Wednesday, actually, as a matter of fact. We gave it up on Wednesday, and then yesterday it was hanging around this level, and we gave it up in a big way. And, here comes all the buying machines in the world right now, of course. And let's take a look here. So, strength alerts. This is going to end where it started the week, essentially. Hostess brands, man. That was a beautiful one from the strength alerts. This is a pretty nice one, considering that this doesn't have a ton of range on it. To get a nice little move like this off of that. Nice safe trade. Hormel Foods, very nice for the week here. Ends up, a $1.30 or so, $1.35, something like that off the entry. Not bad at all. And this one just couldn't get it. This one couldn't get it going. Banged into it up here. The entry level just could not get through it. So, but it might be setting up for for next week. Who knows? Let's take a look here. What's in the strength alerts now? I'm gonna have to go through these later today, and I got to make a call here if there's anything that's tied on ranks or if there's too many things that are looking the same. So I wanted this one last week, but I opted for a different one because I couldn't have so many oil and gas stocks in it. So this is going to make the cut this coming week. So people that if you want a shot at looking at strength alerts early, give you an inside inside look at what's most likely coming down the pipe. The things that'll get ranked at the top, the things that have the highest score, are going to go on automatically. If everything is tied, then we have to go through and make sure we're not looking at it. First, we look at no buyouts. We don't want 5 oil stocks or 5 tech stocks. We want some diversity that's in there. GDX, that looks good. That looks real good. That looks real good, GDX. Frontline, I like that too. I wish it didn't gap up so much today, but that's cool. Frontline looking real good. AGI, more gold. So we'll see. Can 2 golds go in? Yeah. What's this? I don't know. This is a 3rd gold stock, right? No, that's energy. So all right, energy, gold, and transportation / energy, because I believe they're shipping oil. Yeah, that's a tough one. I might have to. Do we have to go back to the well? I have a feeling I'm not going to have another shot, because I don't know if I want to put HRL on there 2 weeks in a row. Star Bulk, that might be better than FRO. So it's some interesting stuff. The links are just showing gray empty boxes. Are you connected for sure? There should absolutely be data in those. Show us on this chart where we put support and resistance lines. Which chart was I on, Peter? Sorry, I didn't see this a couple of minutes ago. I got caught up in the moment there. Or do you want me to just do it with any chart, Peter? You let me know. Those should absolutely be working. Here, let me try, let me share and then make sure that you're connected. So here's one of those races, and I'm going to load it right now. That's the 5-minute one. Yeah, so here's the gray box, and you just got to press play. And then you should have this right here. Right? You didn't have that to press play. I mean, that's exactly what I just shared with you. So it's got to be there. They're all there for sure. I'll share these again. Any chart. You got it, Peter. Give me 1 second. Let me throw these links back in here again. Here, those are the 3 races again. Wait, Todd, this is probably your problem. I just realized. Are you on the latest version of Trade Ideas? You got go to help, go to about. You need to be on 5.5.69. If you're not on 5.5.69, you won't have racing. That's probably what it was, Todd. So, all right, yeah, just check that out, Todd. And then what you want to do is go to our download page, if not, and excuse me, my throat's getting all a little sticky here. On our download page, Download the latest Trade Ideas Pro there. I suspect that's why you're having troubles with the racing, because you don't have the latest version. That's all. No big deal. It's an easy fix. You just download that and you'll be good to go. So I threw the download link in there for anybody that needs. So let's see, Peter. Let's find some charts. We'll mess around and we'll draw some pivot lines on some charts. All right. Let's see if we can find some good ones here. Sorry, this is a good one. All right. So now this is just where my eye is going to go to on these things. One of the first things I do when I go to draw pivot lines is go to the high of the day. All right, and we can see that. Look at that, right across there. Remember, pivot lines are zones, really, not exact, exact spots. And something else my eye sees right away is this level in here. All right, and we can see, look where the price is at. Bam, 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 bam. I even consider this, because like I said, it's a zone. Look at that whole zone right there. All right, and couldn't get through, couldn't get through. Then a gap and it pushed through, and then it held out through there. And then if we look at this here, we could throw a pivot line here. All right. That seems pretty significant. Couldn't get through and then finally got through and then tested it and tested it and tested it and then bounced right off it. And so it's in this range, right? And so, depending on, what your risk level and appetite is for someone that's a swing trader, perhaps, someone might say, we're in this upper band now of this whole range. All right. Because you can even, put another line there if you wanted. And we could say, all right, if I wanted a real wide stop, I could have like a $5 stop down to here. All right. While we try to push up through this as a swing trade. All right. And the lifetime high is 93.50. So, we're looking at a $4. And I don't even know when that 93.50 happened. It looks like we got to go back in time to see that. So not even in 2018 we saw it. So it might not even be something that we have to really consider, to be honest, as far as resistance goes. Put up a weekly chart. See if we can find it on the weekly chart. So there we go. So back here, we got to go all the way back to 2017 to find that. All right. Now look at this. We're taking out multi-year levels right now. All right. Right before the pandemic, ended everything. Big check mark right there. So, and look at these lines going back in time that I just drew. Look how significant every one of those lines that I just drew was. I had no idea when I was going to open a weekly chart that it would do this. Look at this. This line gets all the way to here, all through here, and then there again, and then here again, and then here again, and here, and here, and here. And same thing all through here with this line, and here, and here, and here, through here. This we saw already. And then obviously we can see this right here. So they matter. That's all there is to it. So next time someone tells you technical analysis is voodoo, show them that. Can I get an automated feed of the stocks on watch? What stocks on? No, there's no automated feed of stocks on watch. But what stocks on watch are you referring to, Colin? I'm sorry. We don't have like you could look at some of the pre-built symbols lists that we have within the platform. If you come into the configure of any scan and you go to symbols lists, there's symbols lists in here that get updated, so like if you were looking for like daily patterns, dojis and dragonfly and all this stuff like that, that updates on its own. If you're looking at, different kinds of, the EV plays, blank checks, stuff like that. Oops, excuse me. Some of these things are updated automatically. And so if your scan was attached to just look at those specific stocks, you could do it like that, Colin. But we don't have like a watch list. We will have the trader's eye, which will be a channel coming out sometime next week, I believe. That will be updating on our end. So, you can see the scans that are in there and they'll just be attached to top lists that we automatically update. But if you have something specific that you're specific watch list or something that you're mentioning, let me know. I'm not sure if you're referencing something specific. All right, perfect, Todd. That's I as soon as when you said blank gray box, and I realized what was going on. So yeah, and the charts will now be a little quicker for you, Todd. And hopefully, maybe possibly next week we'll have tick charts out for you folks. I can't promise that obviously, but I know they're working hard behind the scenes on it here. It's actually really nice to have tick charts, I won't lie. So, and Peter, did that help you with HSIC, how we did that exercise like that with drawing those lines? Some good looking charts in here. I'll tell you what, for this TI strength alerts once again. Take a look here at some of these other charts here, what we're looking at. It's another nice looking chart. Star bulk, I really like this chart. Really like this chart. And someone's going to say, Chris, why do you like this chart? And I'm going to tell you exactly why I like it right now. Got this beautiful base, all right? Really wanted it to be here, all right? And now we've got this base that's built inside of it. And we've had a nice battle of buyers and sellers in here. Buyers bringing it down, the sellers marching it back up. And then the buyers really tried to bring it down the other day. Excuse me, the sellers tried to bring it down the other day, but the buyers were not having it and brought that rate back up again. And so we've got this nice wedge that started to form like this, or triangle, almost a descending triangle. In fact, what are we calling that? Sorry, I got to break out the CMT book here. What's that? What am I looking for? Wave principle. And so that's going to look kind of like a, boy, I need to know this stuff. That's similar to a what we'd call a running triangle, or a wave triangle, Elliott wave triangle. So that's what I'm looking at on that. I'm not crazy. I will say this. I'm not crazy about that massive decline in volume there. But the chart looks good. That chart looks good. Peter, I know nothing about unions except they exist, and some people love them and some people hate them. That's the only thing I know about unions. So I wouldn't even know how that might affect anything. Well, let's look at Amazon for fun. Doesn't look like anybody cared about whatever happened with that. Also, remember this: sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news. I'm going to give you the perfect example of it right here. The rumor is the House is going to vote to legalize weed, right? And so that's what happened on that rumor. And then, we're waiting for the vote. We're waiting for the vote. Let me actually come in a little bit more because it's going to be better this way, right? The rumor is we're going to legalize weed. The House is going to vote for it. All the rumor, right? We make the move on the rumor. Then we're starting to fade a little bit and waiting for things to happen. And, it looked like maybe there's going to be a move up today and fading a little bit, fading a little bit, and then that vote came out. I guess they passed whatever today. I guess it goes to the Senate now. I'm not even sure. And that happens on that candle and just a fade for the rest of the day. Because why? You sell the news. When the news comes out, be the first seller. Generally speaking, that's how that goes. Here's another one. We're going to ban Russian oil. We're banning the import of Russian oil. That's the rumor all the way through there. This is the candle where we actually voted to say we're not going to take in Russian oil. That's the candle that it happened. All right. And, here's the move afterwards. But moves don't last forever. That was the move off that news. A couple nice day move. And, I know some people that shorted based on that news. That news came out and they immediately shorted the stock. And they did well on a couple day hold. And then they made their money. They put it away because we don't marry stocks. We're trading them. And oil's bounced around a bit since then. But, those are two great examples of sell the news. Does it work every single time? No, of course not. There's nothing that works every single time. But my point being is, generally speaking, when the news comes out, you don't usually want to be owning that stock, especially if there's a long running rumor up to that news. So, all right, we looked at some charts here. What else is there? Is there anything else? Today's the first, right? Yeah, today's the first. APA, this is another one that I've really liked. It's another great looking chart again. Again, why do I like this chart? It's beautiful long-term trend moving right up through here, right? We could even draw a linear regression line on that too. We don't have them, unfortunately, at this time, but just a great trend, another way to, see really great trends is when you see big pullbacks, where do they come back to? All right, so let's look here, let's take this and march this up. So we've got this line that we break out of, right? And then we pull back after that breakout. We get back up above here, all right? And then the next breakout happens, all right? And here's the pullback after the breakout, all right? And here's to the bottom of that. And then the next little pullback after a breakout and here. And so we can see it's higher lows the entire, whoops, deleted my line. Higher lows the entire way we're going through. Yeah, so another nice chart, APA. And again, we're looking, commodities. Possibly we're, in the midst of a commodity super cycle. Gold again. And look at what's silver doing. Silver miners don't look great, to be honest. They look like they're coiled and ready for a move, but are they though? SLV, what's the actual silvers doing though? Silver looks decent there. What else do we have here, folks? Box. I hate this stock so much. This is kind of on my do not trade list. I swear, every time think it's a breakout and I get into it, I take a loss on it. That's not true. My losses are always big on this one. They're always like a max loss on these ones, and my wins on it are always like half of what I think it's gonna do. That's why I hate this stock. But you know what's funny is here's another example of it. Made this move up, and I thought now it's gonna finally bust through this line that it's been trying to bust through forever, right? And no, right back down here. And then finally it does it and came back and retested it. So I mean, it's not a bad looking chart. It's hard when you take your lumps on a certain stock so many times. I probably traded this thing 10 times, and monetarily I'm down on it significantly. I'm probably 5 out of 10 as far as it goes, 50-50 winning, but doesn't matter when your losses outrank the wins. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Continue to look at some ideas in here. I want to like this one, but that was a little bit of a deep pullback for me. It's a nice looking chart right there. Again, I would like to see it a little less extended right now. TH, not crazy about that. What else we got here? MDRX all scripts. Man, this thing since that big gap up has just been, money the whole way through, grinding higher. What a trend. Nice trend right through here. And, came off another nice trend. That's what we like to do. Find trends. Find a nice entry on a trend. The minute it looks like that trend's ending, get yourself out quick. What else? KBR. That's a nice chart. I like that. Too bad it's not ranked higher on the score. I'd like that for the TIS this week. This beautiful move, and we held it all through there. And in all the chop of this week, this has held very nice, actually, to be honest. A nice looking chart. You know what's funny is I was thinking yesterday or the day before, talk about all these charts. I look at everything, most of what I look at, I'm looking at more as a swing trade, to be honest. Another nice looking chart. Really nice. Really nice. The more I zoom out, the more I like it. Big level. This kind of zone in here, it's a big zone right there. That looks good. I like that. I'm gonna have to put that on the list. So I'm gonna get ready to wind it down here, folks. If anybody's got questions, before we head into the weekend here. It's just not something I play, Blue Moon, to be honest with you, those intraday scalps and stuff. The reason why I don't like those is because they don't set up a good risk reward for me. I hammer home that I need this R. I need that reward R to be at least, 2 times this risk R. I need at least that 2 to 1. I really want 2.5 to 1 is what I really want. And again, that doesn't mean I expect it to get here. I just want it to be realistic that it might be able to get there versus the stop that's my stop no matter what. And when you're looking at these intraday scalps and things like that, like how do I define a stop on a scalp like that, And if it doesn't work right away, am I holding it for longer? There's something about it doesn't click to my brain. I mean, as far as scan building, if you're doing something like that, then I think alert window is obviously going to be your friend. I think you want to look at either new highs or 5 minute highs. Um, Especially if you're scalping, maybe a 5 minute high. Mess around and find something here. Build something out real fast. So, just gonna put something together real fast here. Stocks $2 to $50. You got to have a 5 relative volume. Traded 250,000 shares on the day. 1 minute volume of 350. Because you're talking about fast stuff, and they're making a 5 minute high. All right, so you're talking about scalpy fast stuff. So we don't, we're not going to care if it's a pretty chart. All right, let's roll back in history on the day and just see what we got coming through this thing. Did I click all? Whoops, today. There we go. Get this out of the way on the chart there. So let's start here at the 9:35ish or so. So the alert comes in here. You had something here. Nothing to do in there. Not really anything there. Not scalping wise. I wouldn't have even tried on something like that. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I mean, again, what are we looking for in a scalp? 3 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents. This would have given you that right here. So, when you're thinking of scalping, you want stuff that's, real high volume, really moving all over the place. No, not so much. No. Yeah, nope. My other problem with scalping to Blue Moon is this. What do? You enter a position, but there's also, a spread on it, 4 or 5 cents, and you're looking for 4 or 5 cents. It's hard to get your 4 or 5 cents when the spread is that. Those are the other things too. So, that's something that you could look at. We could go with, it's in a whole other direction. I don't think this window is anything special, so I'm not going to bother sharing it. I mean, it's going to have winners and losers, but there's some really ugly stuff in here too. I've never, other than, having to look at stochastics now for CMT, I never really looked at stochastics in scanning. Excuse me. Awesome, Todd. Glad to see you got that race. So that might be something. You know what I'd look at? Zach has this scan that's in the traders room. Let me see if I can find it real fast. He's got these toppers and bouncers here. So I don't know if anybody has. I'll share this out really quick. Um, and he plays those kind of what you're looking for there, Blue Moon Trading. He plays those kind of plays with this. And I don't know how many things are coming through it in a day. Quite a bit, decent amount. Look at that, not bad. Very nice. So this might give you something to work with here. Some decent stuff that came through there. Wow, look at that. Damn. I'd say once is one thing, but quite a few. And on a day where the market was just, grinding down until the end of the day. Not bad at all. Phew. What did I get that? 320. So I called it here. Still came down another few cents, but not bad. So you might want to consider something like that when we're building, all right? Work off of this. So he's looking at stuff that's there's his price range, change from the close, got to be down a certain amount, volume, really low RSI on that 1 minute. So there's a good, yeah, that's a good strategy. I didn't even think of that. To find that real low RSI that, it's got to take a bounce at some point. All right, 2 minute range. He wants to see something that's got a, at least 15 cents in that 2 minutes. So hopefully this gives you maybe a few thoughts there, Blue Moon. It definitely popped a few things into my head with that. Making sure that if you've got a good amount of movement penny wise, because I think that's what you're looking for. Whoa, 4:30 just snuck up on me. Sorry, I had to log out of a few things. So, all right, folks, Todd, if you want some help through the weekend, we can make you a template. Send an email to us here. Info trade ideas.com. And Stephanie or myself are, around on the emails through the weekend. And we can, if you send something and if you want help with something, we can definitely get you a template, put together a template for you and ship that off over to you. All right. So I thank you folks very, very kindly. I'm going to wrap up for the day here, for the week, and all those things like that. Barry will be back here Monday in the morning. He'll get things rolling and rocking for the week. Start to a new quarter. Spring's underway wherever we are in the world on the northern hemisphere, anyways. I guess you get a double dose of me on Monday at the noon hour and the 3:30 hour. I don't know if Sean had shared with anybody or not, but Sean sadly left us for for other skies, to fly in other skies. Wishing him all the best. I was very, very lucky and fortunate, I think, to work with him for the last year and a half. But I'll be taking his position at least for now on Mondays, and we'll roll with it from there. So that's that. So again, I thank you very kindly, folks, for popping in here. And that email that I just shared there, info@trade-ideas.com. That's how to get to us through the weekend. If you've got any questions, comments, or concerns, we'll be there, myself or someone else, to get back to you over the weekend in that time. And other than that, you have a wonderful rest of your Friday, great Friday evening, and a great and fun weekend. And we will see you folks on the other side of it. Thank you very, very much. And you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Bye bye.